Let's play some Silent Hill Uno. The Legend of Harold Mason. Still can't get over how tiny the PS TV is. It's smaller than like a deck of cards. It's very, very small. Mm-hmm. He spoke of tortured souls. Such a good intro still. But yeah, this is Silent Hill 1. This is the digital version that you could buy on the PlayStation Store, being played on PS TV. And yeah, we're just going to be doing a normal difficulty Silent Hill 1 playthrough. This doesn't affect puzzles, it just affects enemies. And we'll do normal. Why not? Why not? Hard can be a little bit annoying just when I'm trying to like stop and talk about stuff. Takes a lot longer to sit and kill things. We'll do this. And that intro video is, of course, part of the story. Harry Mason driving into Silent Hill. His daughter Cheryl sleeping. You see Sybil drive past him on the motorcycle, and then he drives past her motorcycle left on the side of the road. He comes across the ghost, or the image of Alessa, and swerves his car out of the way, crashing into the town. And then this is him waking up from the crash. We've got to find Cheryl. And a little bit of sort of the lesser told backstory of like leading up to Harry getting here is Cheryl is his adopted daughter. He adopted her about 7 years before the events of this game. She was an abandoned baby found on the side of the road not too far from where he is now, just on the outskirts of Silent Hill. And 7 years have passed. His wife, Jody, that he adopted Cheryl with, passed away 4 years before the events of this game. So she helped Harry raise Cheryl for the first 3 years. And then for the past 4 years, it's been just Harry and Cheryl. My car, too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. And Cheryl is kind of the reason that Harry is here in Silent Hill. She suggested coming here for vacation. It's revealed much later in the game that she was actually being called here by a spell cast by Dahlia Gillespie. The street is blocked. Can't get out of town through here. But that's the events kind of leading up to this moment. Harry driving into the town with his daughter Cheryl, crashing his car. He swerves and crashes because of Alessa trying to interfere, because Cheryl, the daughter that he's adopted, who was abandoned on the outskirts of Silent Hill, is actually half of the soul of Alessa. So when Cheryl returned to the town after Harry crashed here...
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Umbrella, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Cheryl. But yeah, so once Cheryl returned here, she essentially became under the influence of Alessa, since she was sort of created from Alessa. That Alessa is now controlling that other half of her soul, that aspect of herself that is Cheryl. Can you press X for Cheryl, please? We will definitely do that when we get to Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which I'm probably going to do a story playthrough of that next month. That's the perfect, like, December game, because everything is cold and snowy and frozen and super nice. Let's see. Do I have... I should have extra options. Self-view. Bunch of great little references here. All the members of Team Silent were very big horror fans, and they definitely did a lot of horror research when it came to making the Silent Hill games. Specifically a lot of like Western horror films and novels. And the newspaper machines here all have a newspaper texture in there with a headline that says Bill Skins 5th. It's a reference to the Silence of the Lambs film. First person mode? Kind of. It's self-view mode. Instead of like over-the-shoulder mode, it's like back of Harry's head mode for some reason. What's that on the wall? Am I tripping? No, a lot of it is the textures, the actual wall textures and stuff sometimes make really weird looking patterns. I don't know if that's intentional. There's one that I always point out later on in Alchemilla Hospital that looks like Toad from the Super Mario Brothers, like original NES Super Mario Brothers Toad, because it's little pixels and it looks like Toad. Some more referential things. The 8 Mart, stylized to look very similar to the 7-Eleven. Which there are 7-Elevens in Japan. They're pretty prominent throughout Japan, so all the members of the dev team would have definitely known about 7-Eleven. Nubs, what's your opinion on Silent Hill 2 Remake being first person and not over the shoulder / fixed camera angles? Nobody said anything about it being first person. They showed gameplay of it. It's like over the shoulder. It looks a lot like Homecoming. The way the camera perspective, and they showed like a couple seconds of gameplay where James is like dodging a nurse hit, and it looks like the Homecoming dodge. Hey, there's Cheryl. Don't worry, we found her.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Oh, get back here, Cheryl. Game over, we won. So we can actually go get Cheryl. Once her model runs off here, the model is still loaded in. So the game just moves it to somewhere where the player would not normally be able to get. And there's a glitch here. If you open the menu at just the right frame, as this text comes up, it can be kind of difficult to time, but once you get it, it'll actually let you walk right through this sort of invisible wall. Think we got it? There we go. And you can actually just kind of run around and explore Silent Hill before you're really supposed to be able to. And there's Cheryl. So there you go, speedrun complete. We found her. Let's go home. This place is spooky. She doesn't have any collision or anything. You can't like interact. She's a ghost. But yeah, we can just go look around at stuff. There's Bachman Road. Reference to Richard Bachman, which is a pen name used by Stephen King. We got the Konami Burger, or excuse me, the Queen Burger. There's actually a couple burger places in Silent Hill 1. This is the Queen Burger. Stephen King. Yeah, there's more Stephen King direct references in this game, I think, than anything else. Because we have Bachman Road, we have a poster for Carrie, there's a poster for Pet Cemetery, there's a wall with red rum written on it. Hey, what's up, Mello? Comfy storytelling stream? That's correct. And then they bring that Cheryl model back over into this street, just long enough for you to see her run off into the fog for a moment. And then it puts her again back over to that cross street that you're normally not supposed to be able to get to. But mentioning those Stephen King references, here is that Pet Cemetery poster, where you can even see Stephen King's name in the white font, that red background, and yeah, Pet Cemetery, and that unique spelling of the word cemetery, S-E-M-A-T-A-R-Y. Man, I love just this ambient music and how open the town feels, especially for a PlayStation 1 game. I think a lot of people might not realize, like, there weren't too many PS1 games that really let you wander around like big open sections of a town or anything like this. On the PS1, like leading up to the PS1, very, very few games ever really did that. And Silent Hill, like, the biggest issue with doing that is the render distance. It's very difficult to render in the graphics for like an area that large while you're walking around. And Silent Hill is able to mask that with the fog and darkness effects. What is it? I love it. You go through the gate, and then you start hearing the siren going off in the background, a reference to David Lynch. A particular work of his called Industrial Symphony. If you look up David Lynch Industrial Symphony, the whole thing's on YouTube. It's pretty fucking wild. It's about Nicolas Cage breaking up with his girlfriend over the phone, and then she goes to sleep and has a nightmare, and it's played out as like a stage play. And there's lots of strange things, including strange snow, darkness, fog, people searching through with flashlights, weird skin and bone creatures. Lots of Silent Hill themes and parallels. You can see that they definitely took a lot of influence from like everything that David Lynch ever made kind of plays some influence on the Silent Hill series. But the iconic siren, one of those things. This great environmental storytelling. Just big splat of blood on the wall, scratches and cracks in the concrete. Something that looks like guts and blood, like a piece of intestine, like trailing off. Even in like the low graphics, there's so much there to like paint the picture. And then, of course, these absolutely amazing camera angles. Legitimately some of the best camera work and static camera angles, like cinematic shots in especially PS1 games, like for the time. That's strange. It's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. It's always kind of interesting to me, like, what is this light source that Harry has? You pick up a lighter for a puzzle later on, but you don't use it, like, as a light source. And you never use this anywhere outside of the nightmare sequence. It's even got, like, a little unique, like, sound effect when he starts it. It's kind of hard to tell if it's supposed to be like a match being struck and lit, or if it's just a lighter. To me, it sounds kind of like a lighter clicking and lighting more than anything, but some people have said that it sounds like a match. Maybe it's a road flare. Maybe. His emergency road flare from when he crashed his car. We didn't see him pick it up, but it was in his back pocket the whole time. PK Fire. So I did a story playthrough of Silent Hill 2 on Halloween, and I mentioned this effect. You can see there are little bugs flying around Harry that are attracted to the light source. And they reuse this effect in Silent Hill 2 in the room where you pick up the clock key. There's moths in that room that are attracted to your flashlight that'll fly away from you when you turn your flashlight on, and then fly back over to you when you turn your light off. They leave you alone. When you turn it back on, they are attracted to it. But yeah, that little interesting bugs flying around the light source effect started here in Silent Hill 1, and it's barely noticeable. You can barely see it's there. Especially on this. If I was playing on like DuckStation, with like super enhanced graphics, you can see it much more clearly, but yeah, it's still visible. Is it the same engine, Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2? No, not at all. They completely had to start over from the ground up for Silent Hill 2 because it was entirely different hardware. Like, the PS2 is so massively different compared to PS1, like when it comes to developing software for it. A broken wheelchair. What's this doing here? The wheelchairs that kind of become like a weird staple of the Silent Hill games. Hell, it's a fucking enemy in Silent Hill 4. Actually has like plot and lore significance to Silent Hill 1. It's supposed to represent how badly Alessa was burned. She couldn't be moved around normally. She either had to be moved by doctors on like a gurney or around in a wheelchair, which we see at the very end of the game. Alessa burned Alessa, her actual physical body, sitting in a wheelchair next to Dahlia. What's this? I don't know. It's PlayStation 1 graphics, could be anything, but it looks like a body under a sheet bleeding from its midsection to me. And I love how easily that music like ramps up without you really paying too much attention to it. Just as you're progressing through this creepy alley and things are getting worse and worse. Now you get this really heavy, like, industrial banging. The dramatic strings start picking up as you follow the blood. further into the alleyway. Some more amazing camera angles. Xander with the 68 months. Lurking at work, just wanted to pop in for a minute. Thank you so much, Xander. We're building up tension to a big scare. Thank you all for all the support, dude.
What is this? What's going on here?
And it's not even like a huge scare, like a big jump out moment. It's more disturbing than anything. This corpse sort of strung up on the fence. What? What's this doing here? And then you get attacked by these creepy enemies known as mumblers. And if you try to go back, the alleyway is now blocked by a mysterious fence that wasn't there before. That sound. I can still remember being like 11 years old playing this for the first time and being freaked out by that mumbler sound. Hi, Sybil.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
Some amazing music there. Really, I love the weird, just sort of like, it's almost like a theremin, that synthesizer noise in the background. Just so weird, so unsettling. And then that dialogue with Sybil. I know this is something that I've seen a lot of people, still argue about. The dialogue, even as stated by the actors and directors and like people themselves, they feel could have been better. We'll say, we'll put it that way. But I think even being sort of like stilted, not always very good line deliveries, like it wasn't intentional. It wasn't intentional to make it as weird as it sounds. But it's one of those sort of happy accident things, kind of lightning in a bottle, where even unintentional, I really like the voice and line delivery for most of the characters in this game. Even when it's cheesy, it's at least like entertaining in its performances. It's pretty iconic. And I mean, think about everything else that was kind of out. This game came out in 1999, so Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2, you think about the voice acting in games like that, Silent Hill 1 has a few lines that are kind of comparable, but for the most part, I would say it's a little bit better than average at the time. Look at that background, that shot of the air screamer. They perfectly give you that camera angle after you pick up the map, just so that you can get that little foreshadowing. Wronged, clearly a JoJo's reference. So, interestingly enough, you say Kappa. Obviously, you're joking, and I would say there's most likely not any real JoJo's references in the Silent Hill series. But it wouldn't be completely out of the picture. A lot of people don't realize how old JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is. The manga started in 1987, and this game came out in 1999. By 1999, they were already up to like part 5. Part 4 ended in like 1995. So I think part 5, maybe even the start of part 6, would have been going on in 1999. JoJo's was already a well-established thing by the time this game came around. But I don't think there's any references to it. Someday, someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful. I may have played this game once or twice before. Let's just start a new one. Speaking of Stephen King references, there is literally a picture of Stephen King on a poster that says "Study, damn it." But yeah, that's taken from a University of Maine newspaper, college campus newsletter thing that Stephen King wrote for. And it had a picture of himself with this big, crazy, grown-out beard and hair. He kind of looks like me, or rather, I kind of look like him at that time. Long hair, crazy looking, with a big beard. And he's holding a shotgun. And it just says, "Study, damn it." Motivation for the students on campus. Stephen King pointing a shotgun at you, saying, "Study, damn it." So, another direct Stephen King reference. Get our Medieval Madness pinball machine, which is a real pinball machine. Nothing unusual. But it is a real thing. There are real ones out there. Talking about the weird music. While Harry is talking to Sybil, it's of course Akira Yamaoka, the legend, doing the music for this game. And by this point, 1999, Yamaoka had already been with Konami for a long time. He'd been doing music since like the Famicom era or earlier. And he'd also been producing music for Dance Dance Revolution and Beatmania and some of other Konami's other music games and stuff by this point. But Silent Hill is the first time we kind of get to hear him making Silent Hill music. And it's funny because what a lot of people think of when they think of Silent Hill music, there's really only like 1 or 2 tracks from the first Silent Hill game that kind of fit the way he does the music for the series from 2 onwards. 2 is where he really kind of finds his stride, I think, with what he wants to do thematically with the music for Silent Hill. 1 seemed very experimental at the time. There's a lot of different things. He does the more like gentle guitar stuff and the mandolin for like the intro song, but then it's a lot of really heavy industrial throughout a lot of the other world. Then you have some of the ending songs like Esperandote, which is like so strange and out there. But then there's Tears of, which is a little bit more like his later Silent Hill music. And I think he's just kind of throwing a lot of his influences out there. And he puts a lot of references to those direct influences throughout the game. So the more moody melodic stuff comes from Portishead. So like Portishead was one of his big inspirations for those types of tracks. And you can see a straight up poster for the band Portishead right here on the window. And we see some more of these posters throughout the town later. And then later on, the more heavy industrial sort of experimental stuff, he takes a lot of influence from a band called Throbbing Gristle, which was headed by a person named Orage. What is it? Hold on. Throbbing Gristle. Do yourself a favor and look up Throbbing Gristle. Genesis P. Orage. And we'll see references to Genesis P. Orage and Throbbing Gristle throughout the game, or at least at 2 particular points in the game. So that's kind of like the direct influences for Yamaoka doing the more experimental industrial stuff. It's really cool. I like that they put those kind of really direct references to things that they like, you know, things that influenced them just directly into the game. A radio. Is it broken? Can't hear anything. Got that gun received from Sybil. Holds up to 15 rounds. Got our flashlight. Kitchen knife. Hard to use, but better than nothing. I've done knife-only playthroughs of this game. They're miserable. So yeah. Hard to use is putting that very mildly. This very first encounter with the air screamer is like one of the hardest things in the game to do with just a knife.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
There's that heavy industrial coming in. Are you telling me that brilliant line read wasn't intentional? I mean, some of it is pretty exceptional. But according to the voice actors, like, I think Michael Gwynn, who voices Harry Mason, in an interview, I think he said he maybe was in the studio for like 2 or 3 hours, and that was it, like, to record everything that he does in the game. They had like 3 hours or something in the studio. And I think in an interview with Thessaly Lerner, who voices Lisa, she said she was in there for like an hour. So I'm guessing Harry, since he's got the most dialogue throughout the game, probably got the most time in the studio, but collectively, like, nobody got more than a few hours in the studio. So they just kind of had to run through their lines. Like, they probably didn't get a whole lot of second takes and stuff in there. There's a pocket radio. Give it to me. Hey, Got Spice Channel. You love Silent Hill? Cool, because I love Silent Hill too. I think that's why most of us are here. We absolutely love this game and this series. But welcome. If you're new to the channel, by the way, for you or anybody else, I'm Nub Zombie. I'm a huge Silent Hill fan. I've been playing these games ever since this one came out back in 1999. And I've been streaming the Silent Hill series more or less full time since 2015. I've been streaming on Twitch in general since 2011. But yeah, welcome. I do super in-depth story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, and all sorts of stuff for every game in the Silent Hill series. Yo, what's up, Ecdysis? Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, welcome everybody. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. Using my cyborg robot vision. I love the zoom in on the map. Like, the weird digital square, like, zooming in, and then the map pans in. It's like, why do we have the cyborg vision to look at the map? But I know the answer. It's because they do that in Resident Evil. And this game, you can definitely tell from like magazine reviews and stuff at the time, it's a Resident Evil clone. That's kind of what the Silent Hill series started as. It's just a clone of the Resident Evil games done in a very similar style, but with more of a focus on storytelling and atmosphere and 3D environments rather than static backgrounds, and less of a focus on weapons and enemies and things like that. Creepy posters over here. That Pazuzu just kind of looks like a little demon face. Looks a little bit like the statue, the Pazuzu statue. Can't understand why they chose to remaster Silent Hill 2 rather than Silent Hill 1. Yeah, I definitely would have liked to have seen it for this game more than Silent Hill 2. But maybe if the new Silent Hill games do well, they'll remake this one next. Am I playing on DuckStation? I'm playing on PSTV, which is basically like a Vita that you hook up to a monitor and plug in a controller. rather than being a handheld. Boom. That satisfying donk when they hit the ground. 2 is insanely more popular than 1. I mean, yeah, that is the real reason why they picked 2 over 1. 2 is my favorite as well, but I still think 1 is the most deserving of a remake. More Like Machines, thank you so much for the 25 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so here was the Pet Cemetery posters again. Crabs. Just a big poster that says crabs. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Is this going to be another 16-hour stream, do you think? Maybe. Now, Silent Hill 1 is usually a little bit less involved. There's a lot more to talk about when it comes to Silent Hill 2. And 2 is just a longer game than 1. But this, realistically, this will probably still be about 9 or 10 hours, if not more. Although one could say Shattered Memories was the remake, it wasn't, though. In fact, there's a really great interview with Sam Barlow that came out very recently where he talks about Shattered Memories. Basically, they had an entirely different idea for the game that they wanted to make, but they couldn't get it greenlit, like approved by Konami to start working on it, and they just wanted to start working on their game. And they looked at a list of things that they already had greenlit through Konami, and Silent Hill Remake was one of those things where it was just automatically approved if they would have done it. So Shattered Memories, they were like, oh sure, we're going to make a remake of Silent Hill 1 in order to just get the project approved by Konami and start working on a game. And then, yeah, they basically made their own game that very loosely has a Silent Hill 1 coding on it. Like, there's a character named Harry Mason, but it's not this Harry Mason. It's a totally different character with different motivations, different background history. Like, he has a daughter named Cheryl, but it's a totally different Cheryl. There's no cult. She's not like another half of Alessa's soul. It's a completely different story, you know, just utilizing the setting of the town, which is a completely different depiction of the town and stuff as well. It's just a place called Silent Hill. Characters with the same names. But otherwise, yeah, it's the furthest thing from a Silent Hill 1 remake you can get. It's an original game that happens to share the same names as some Silent Hill 1 characters. Like, when people talk about wanting a Silent Hill 1 remake, they want a remake of this game's story and setting. Not Shattered Memories. The passionate people for Silent Hill are gone besides Yamaoka. Yamaoka's not a Konami employee anymore. He's freelance. Same with Masahiro Ito. Like, they are not Konami employees for the projects that they're doing. Konami doesn't have any real, like, internal developers and stuff anymore. They outsource everything. So Yamaoka, like for the remake and stuff, Yamaoka and Ito are both on as independent contractors. They're not directly employees of Konami anymore, or Bloober for that matter. And then Bloober is like the development studio that everything's outsourced to. But yeah, none of them are like Konami employees. Like, none of them are internally working for Konami anymore.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
She's at the school. Do they want a remake or a remaster? I think Silent Hill 1 is the perfect example of something that needs a remaster. Or excuse me, a remake. Remaster would basically just be playing this game on DuckStation. You smooth out the textures, you make it widescreen, but it's like still the same game 1-to-1 underneath. A remake where they would take some liberties and like update some things and change some things, but still mostly be the same game. And I still feel like one of the better comparisons when we're talking about remakes and stuff is like the Resident Evil 1 remake, like the remake version of the OG Resident Evil, where it is still very much the same characters and story and setting and everything of Resident Evil 1, but you have like updated movement and controls. You know, you redo some of the puzzles, rework a few of the areas to work a little bit better, but it's still essentially the same game, you know? Why is Yamaoka so highly regarded as if he was the creator? I think his contribution's important. It's not that people are treating him as like, oh, he single-handedly made the Silent Hill games. But Yamaoka's sound and music are an integral part of what sets the mood and atmosphere for the Silent Hill games. It's one of the most iconic things about these games. So I think holding him to high regard, not as people aren't doing it because it's like, oh, you know, acting as though like he was a huge, you know, part of the development of the other aspects of the game. But the music is such a huge, important part of the series that acknowledging his contribution, I think, is perfectly warranted. Ever heard his work on Shadows of the Damned? Yep. He did stuff for Shadows of the Damned. He did stuff for Let It Die. He's doing music for upcoming Slitterhead. He was a producer too. On Silent Hill 3, he was a producer. But yeah, Akira Yamaoka definitely contributed a lot to Silent Hill being what it is. That's the thing, is like I know I I and a lot of other people who make Silent Hill content, when they're talking about Team Silent, make it sound as if there's like 3 people. People always talk about, you know, Masahiro Ito, Akira Yamaoka, and like those are like the main 2 that most people know. Outside of that, maybe like Takayoshi Sato, or Hiroyuki Owaku, are probably like some of the others. Suguru Murakoshi, but there's so many things that just would not be the way that they are without particular devs, you know? But yeah, certain aspects I think just come off as more important. And yeah, I think all of the members of the games really obviously contributed to making them what they are. Pick up some bullets. We'll be pretty thorough here. Get a bunch of extra supplies. Let's go get our last key. Oh wait, it's in the alley here. I don't think I actually have a map button. Because normally when I'm speedrunning this, I change around my controls. And one of the things I do is remove my map button. Because you don't need to look at the map if you know where you're going. But I kind of like to try and pull up the map. It's one of those things I've been conscious about. Because some people in chat and like YouTube comments have mentioned that they watch my playthroughs and stuff, and they want to go and like look at some of the things that I point out and talk about themselves, and I never open the map. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna try to open the map more during playthroughs so that people can see like where I am when I pick things up and look at particular things. Health drink. I don't know what Praise Yevon is on about. Nobody's timed out anybody or said or done anything. As far as I can tell, you're arguing with yourself. But it's probably better if you're not having a good time. Nobody's making you stay. But I don't even know what's going on at this point. All right. Let's go back this way. These air screamers. One of these days I need to do another playthrough of the Silent Hill trade demo. There is an early version of Silent Hill 1. And despite being called a trade demo, it is like a full playable beginning to end Silent Hill 1, game. But it was like the version that got sent out to reviewers and game magazines, journalists and stuff like that, before the actual retail game came out. So it's got some significant differences and changes including a little bit of extra voiced dialogue from Harry. Doghouse, 11th Street. Let's go check it out. You actually have to look at this note mentioning the doghouse, otherwise Harry will not examine the doghouse. And get the house key. How did all three of those miss, Harry? There we go. House key was hidden in the doghouse. That's like your first puzzle, technically. It's just figuring out where the fuck to go. Your first puzzle is learn the streets of Silent Hill. Because you have to just run around and explore kind of all the corners of the town to collect the 3 keys. At least the corners of the town that you're able to explore that aren't completely blocked off roads. And you've got to find your 3 keys and find the note mentioning the doghouse. And a lot of times they would expect people to find their way here. We're not doing extra new games, so we can't go in there and pick up a katana. We'll do a new game plus playthrough one of these days. Come on, pick up the bullets. Oh god, chat's talking about cursed food. Nope. My stomach gets fucked up for days just from eating normal food. You can keep all your cursed food to yourselves. So the game expects you, like, they planned for people to just explore the town and find the dog house key before finding all of the keys for this door. So here's the map. Keys for Eclipse, and marked in red are the locations where we just picked up those 3 keys at the north end of Elroy Street, the south end of Elroy Street, and then the alleyway between Finney and Matheson. Use the key of Lion. Use the key of Woodman. Use the key of Scarecrow. References to The Wizard of Oz. What? It's getting dark again? What's going on? Why do you save? You're a pro. You did the same thing on the Silent Hill 2 playthrough. Gil Marrow, I save often because during story playthroughs, I'm cursed and things usually go wrong. So if I ever need to reload a save for any reason, the game crashes, my power goes out, the cat, pulls the plug out of the wall, whatever might happen, I just make it a habit to save as I go on. Now we get the town enveloped in darkness, which is basically still just the fog effect, but just turned into complete darkness. Such an eerie feeling, seeing all the buildings and streets just sort of trail off, and then when your light's off, I mean, come on. I have it kind of brightened up, but still, you get the idea. It's very, very dark. I can remember being very thoroughly spooked as a child when stuff like this would fly at you from out of the darkness. Something very, very weird about it. Like, there's no big music sting or, anything like that. It's just, it feels very surreal and eerie and kind of natural to just be walking around this 3D environment with all this darkness around you, and enemies can just show up. Pinch Grip, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. What I want to know is how Harry found a random note in an alleyway that said "to school" and assumed it was Cheryl that left the note. Was it in Cheryl's handwriting? It was in her sketchbook. So you in the intro cutscene at the very beginning of the game, before we even start the game, we can see Harry driving to the town with Cheryl sitting in the back seat, or in the passenger seat rather, and she's holding her sketchbook. So the sketchbook that you find in the alleyway where your nightmare was in the start of the game is Cheryl's notebook. And that's where the "to school" note is found. French toast French toast for breakfast. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Long time lurker. Thanks for all you do. Oh yeah. How could I ever forget that name? Thank you so much for the support. Let's turn our flashlight off. Be stealthy. Don't have to fight absolutely everything. Although this game is definitely not as strict as Resident Evil when it comes to using ammo. If you take your time and explore and pick up a few extra boxes of ammo and health, you're never in too much trouble in this game. Even on hard mode, it's not too bad. Hey, what's up, EJ? Hope you're doing well today. Oh, here we get a little preview of the sewer entrance. It's locked. Reservoir. Authorized personnel only. So we'll be back here later on. Too bad we can't preemptively break this lock. Imagine if you could actually open that early. Just go straight to the sewers. Silent Hill 3, on the other hand, is a nightmare on hard when it comes to supplies. And 3 is more brutal about it for multiple reasons. So first of all, 3 has more than just hard mode. It has Extreme, and Extreme 2, and Extreme 3, all the way up to Extreme 10. And on Extreme 10, basically 2 hits from anything will kill you. Some things, like dogs and slurpers, can literally just one-shot you with specific attacks. And then the way that supplies and items work in Silent Hill 3, there is a built-in mechanic that changes some of the supplies that you pick up based on what's already in your inventory. So if you have a certain amount of ammo or a certain amount of health drinks, the game will actually change what supplies you pick up where. So it can make getting a specific ammo or health drink or thing that you need fucking impossible if you don't know how to kind of manipulate that. got some bloody hints for our puzzle here. Basically, Midwich as a whole is a puzzle made up of several smaller puzzles. But first, we need to get into the clock tower that's out in the courtyard. It's written in blood. A place with song and sound. So this is the second one. These are in order. And you can tell the order based on the time at the top of each note. So we have 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and then 5 o'clock. Although I guess you could interpret 5 as being like 5 a.m., 10 as being 10 p.m., but it goes from 10 to 12 to 5. Alchemy Laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in his fist, exchange for Sage's water. That's the first puzzle we're going to have to do. The Sage's water is basically an acid that we're going to use to burn an old man's palm, a statue of an old man's hand. So that'll get us our gold thing that we need. Then 12 o'clock, a place with song and sound, the music room. A silver guidepost is untapped in Lost Tongues, awakening at the ordained order. So basically solve the piano puzzle and you get the silver guidepost. Silver thing you need. And then lastly, 5 o'clock, darkness that brings the choking heat. Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast. Open time's door to beckon prey. So the hungry beast reference foreshadowing the split head lizard, our first boss. And open time's door, our reference of going into the clock tower, the door at the bottom of the clock tower. More Ronaldo Gordon. This must be the list of teachers. And this is another musical reference, Sonic Youth. These are members of the band Sonic Youth. And I had actually asked Masahiro Ito about that reference. He had tweeted one time about listening to Aphex Twin while designing the Otherworld Midwich levels. And because this is found in Midwich, I thought maybe this was something that Ito was listening to, like maybe he was listening to Sonic Youth when he was working on these levels, and decided to put this in. So I asked him about it on Twitter, and he said that this was put in as a reference from the director. So that would have been Keiichiro Toyama, who put in the Sonic Youth reference. He was the Sonic Youth fan of the group. The infirmary. Gotta mention, of course, the kindergarten cop references, because weirdly enough, that's a lot of people have probably seen that around the internet. But it is true. This game references several visual things from the movie Kindergarten Cop. Basically, the team needed a quote-unquote typical American school to base Midwich on. And they used the movie Kindergarten Cop as their reference to make their elementary school. So the bus that's out front of Midwich is like the same exact model of bus. It even has the same number on it. This infirmary this little metal shelf with everything stacked up on it, and the medical, Red Cross poster on it is straight out of the movie. There's a lot of little posters in the hallways and things throughout Midwich that are straight up things taken from Kindergarten Cop, strangely enough. Most likely it was just they needed a school to kind of base their elementary school on. And Kindergarten Cop was a very popular movie at the time. Hey, what's up, Rory? Which game are you going to do an in-depth playthrough with next? So this year, I've already done Silent Hill 4, and back on Halloween, we did Silent Hill 2. I'm doing Silent Hill 1 today, so next week, probably I'll do Silent Hill 3. I'm not sure exactly when, but yeah, sometime next week. I'll do Silent Hill 3. And this is exactly how far I made it in this game back in 1999. If we were doing the, Nub relives his first time playing Silent Hill stream, the stream would stop right here. I made it to the courtyard, and these things show up again from the Nightmare intro. The Nightmare intro was such a good, well-done intro that hearing the radio go crazy and then seeing these things again coming at you out of the darkness was too spooky for me. Number 2 spooky, number 4 me. And that was where I turned this moment is where I turned the game off. And I didn't actually beat Silent Hill 1 until 2 years later, after Silent Hill 2 had come out. And I played and finished Silent Hill 2 probably the week that it came out. And then I was like, I need to go back and finish Silent Hill 1. That was one of the scariest games I ever played. And then I went back and finished Silent Hill 1. To be honest, they do look scary. I was also 11. But a lot of it is this music. Like, this darkness and those creatures combined with this sound. Like, and being that young of a kid. Yeah, this was just too much. And like, compared to other stuff that I played, because the thing is, like, by the time I was 11, I was already a little horror fan. Like, I was already a little fucking nerd. Because by that point, like, by the time this game had come out, I'd already played and finished Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2. Alone in the Dark. There was a lot of stuff, a lot of horror games and things out there that, you know, I had already sat and played through. But this is the first horror game that, like, scared me enough where I just shut it off and, like, didn't play it again for like 2 years. If it's not a secret, how old are you, Nub? I am almost 35. I'll be 35 in January. Jammed. Jammed. Locked. go. Unlock that door. Creepy bathroom. Creepy bathroom with an enemy in it. All these little extra areas that are just kind of there. Just to kind of give you some more places to explore. Find these extra enemies. Sometimes there's no items. It's just a creepy spot like the bathroom. But then if you revisit it, once we get to the Otherworld version of Midwich, it'll change. So it sort of plays on your expectations of places that you visit once being different or being normal, that once we come back in the Otherworld, you have that expectation of kind of knowing your way around, and then they change stuff up on you. And in the case of that bathroom, straight up teleport you to a different place. You know what? How often do I do melee playthroughs? Not super often. Have you checked out any no-code games in preparation for Silent Hill Townfall yet? Nope. I have not played any of the games that I'm meaning to play yet. Mostly just because I don't have a lot of the games on hand ready to play. And I don't really have a whole lot of money to spend on games at the moment. But eventually, I'll be playing a whole lot of games in preparation for all the new Silent Hill stuff coming out. I'm going to play some more Bloober Team games. I'm going to play some more no-code games. Well, play no-code games in general. Ever played Rule of Rose? Oh yeah, I've streamed it a few times. It's been a while since I've done a playthrough though. We'll have to do another one at some point. Statue of an old man's hand. The fist shut tight as if never to let go. So we picked up this concentrated hydrochloric acid. Our sage's water. There's a gold medallion. Just the melted remains of a statue of a hand. Nothing to worry about. Yeah. That's not creepy or weird. Nothing to worry about at all. Just some posters of bones. I mean, it's a science lab. Please don't. God, these melee animations. Look how much force Harry puts into that swing. And this is before the days of mocap. That's all hand animated by Takayoshi Sato. Did like all the animations and everything. Boleslav, please English only in chat. Please use English. My moderators cannot moderate languages they do not speak. And I can't respond to languages that I don't speak either. Sorry. No squeaky children. These are known as larval stalkers. And originally they were not going to be silhouetted. They do have like a skin texture where they looked more like little skinned babies walking around. But that was deemed a little bit too intense by ethics committees at the time. So they were changed into those little shadow babies. Just kind of looking at all the interesting, even though like a lot of the stuff in here repeats, there's a lot of really interesting little drawings and textures, weird little posters. It's like pictures of people up there at the top. But then it's like a child's drawing of just two eyes and like an open mouth screaming. Or is it Mickey Mouse? You know, it's PlayStation 1. You kind of, even things that are not meant to be abstract kind of become abstract. And then sometimes it's a picture of a pig. You still have this like Jesus on the cross, crucifix up there at the top. All these little hints at like the religious iconography, which they're not super blatant about in this game, but kind of sprinkled here and there throughout. I guess it's kind of blatant when you meet Dahlia. You're straight up in a church with a big picture of Jesus and his pixely nipples. He did. Oh, squeaky baby. Bop. Did you guys know they're releasing a sequel to Silent Hill? It's called Silent Hill 2. Oh my god, I can't wait. Finally. I'm almost as excited as this wolf. I mean, look at him. You know, they actually bring this wolf texture back in Silent Hill 3. There's a couple little rooms that they recreate for Silent Hill 3, and this is one of them. Alright. Let's health drink it up and go put our gold medallion in the clock tower. Stop. Just saw the beta model of the larval stalkers. Holy shit, they look weird. Yeah, if you look it up online, there's mods and stuff to put the original skin back on the larval stalkers and stuff like that. And there's screenshots of the original ones out there. But yeah, they are pretty weird looking. I still think they look distinct enough, especially for a PS1, but hey, times were different. And that was definitely not something... Anything that, like, resembled a child too much is one of the big, like, you can't do that type of things when it came to games and stuff back then. Chat, I'm kind of confused about the new announcements. Are we getting 3 fully fledged Silent Hill games with their own story and gameplay? Or are they something like Reverse? We don't know exactly what the gameplay is going to be for each of these games. But from the looks of it, we're getting the Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober. A couple of just straight up new Silent Hill games in the form of Townfall and F. But we don't know what type of games or gameplay those are going to have. We don't know exactly what they're going to be. And we're getting Silent Hill Ascension, which I think is going to be like an interactive Netflix type of thing. People aren't sure exactly what Ascension is supposed to be yet, if it's like a game, but it's supposed to be like, oh, the community as a whole makes decisions and that affects the plot, the outcome, and then like once a decision is made to take the story in a particular direction, it's that, like, there's no going back and redoing it to see the other pathways. But outside of that very vague information, the devs haven't said anything really about what it's going to be. So nobody's quite sure if it's like a game or an interactive Netflix thing or something else entirely. And a movie. The guy who directed the first Silent Hill movie is making another Silent Hill movie. And he's making this movie based on Silent Hill 2. Push him, Harry. What the fuck? Get out of here, K-Light update checker. I don't want to update my drivers right now, thank you. I'm fine. Would you watch the new movie? Oh, of course. I'm going to watch the new movie and review it. I'm probably going to put together like a whole review video for YouTube. I won't be able to really do that for Twitch, but I'm going to put something together for the YouTube channel when the movie comes out, and I'll review it. And I'm going to play all the new games, whatever the hell Ascension turns out to be. The new Silent Hill games are going to be unique, just like the new movie. I mean, unique in what way? Like, that remains to be seen. Unique in the sense that they're not, like, claiming to be direct sequels or continuity from any previous games or anything like that. Then yeah. Although the movie is based on Silent Hill 2. Like, Christoph Gans straight up said in the Silent Hill transmission that it's the story of Silent Hill 2. So it's not like a totally unique new thing that he's making. It's based on existing media. All right, so here's our second puzzle of Midwich. First, we had the gold in the old man's palm. Now we have the dreaded piano puzzle. A lot of people, including myself as a kid, even on my... I was 13 when I went back and replayed this in 2001. And actually finished the game, and I can remember being stuck in this part. But yeah, this can be one of the more confusing puzzles of the game, just because it's very easy to overthink. There's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? So we get our array of keys. We only have these keys to work with. Everything else is grayed out. I used to think that the blood splatters, like there's these very clearly like darker parts on some of the keys compared to others. I used to think that played a part in solving the puzzle. It doesn't at all. It's just a texture. And has nothing to do with the actual puzzle solution. So if you actually try to play each of these keys, several of them don't make a tone. They don't make any sort of sound. They just kind of make a click. So the only things we're going to be focusing on are the ones that do not make sound, which is these. And we know that based on the title of our poem, A Tale of Birds Without a Voice. So each of the tones on the piano, each of the keys, is represented by a different bird. And the birds without a voice are the birds, the keys, that don't make any sound. So first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So the leftmost keys are considered closer, and the rightmost keys are considered further. So, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So the pelican basically landed first, and it is the leftmost closest white key, since the pelican is a white bird. Then came a silent dove, another white bird, so another white key next in the sequence, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So we have the leftmost white key that doesn't make a sound, followed by the rightmost one. A raven flies in, so our first black key in the sequence, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. So the white key furthest to the right, the dove, directly above that is the black key that is silent. So that's the raven, our third one in the sequence. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So we don't know exactly where the swan is, but it's next to another bird. And there are only one, there's basically only one spot, one white key, the dove, the one furthest to the right, that has another silent key directly next to it. So the one directly to the left of the dove is the swan. Finally, out comes a crow. So our final bird, our final key, is a black key, coming quickly to a stop, so furthest to the left, yawning and then napping. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So I thought that the blood on the keys had more to do with the puzzle. I thought that the capital letters, like the C in crow and the D in dove, were corresponding to notes on the piano. I overthought the shit out of this puzzle before figuring it out as a kid. But yeah, so this is our birds without a voice, the keys that don't make sound, our leftmost white key, our rightmost white key, a black key directly above it, a white key next to another white key, and the leftmost silent black key for the final bird. And the silver post falls free. Silver medallion. Music theory was complicated those days. I feel like this is probably the hardest riddle in this game, and it's kind of crazy how early in the game it is. Probably just a product of the series not having multiple riddle difficulties yet. Yeah, because the riddles, the way they're set up in this game, are not able to really be randomized. You know, they kind of have to be a set solution. And yeah, you do get this really difficult riddle right at the very beginning. Much like Silent Hill 3, if you play on hard riddle. Hope you know Shakespeare, because that's like the first puzzle in the game. We'll get to that next week. Right now we have something trying to get out of a locker. It's a cat. Just a cat. And then you hear that noise. Just a splattering noise, and it's like a monkey screech, followed by a growl. Nothing inside. Who let that monkey in the school? Yeah, these are some of the little posters that are taken from the background of shots in Kindergarten Cop. This scene any reference to Alien when the cat hides in the locker? It's very possible. Very possible that could be a reference. I've never seen anything officially saying it is or it isn't. But that would be right in line with the way that Team Silent pulled influence and stuff. Head down. All right. I'm getting out the gun. I'm missing a bunch of shots. Rest in peace, 10-star rank. And yes, missing shots is one of the things that this game calculates your rank based on. A silver moon. Oh, I love that. The music changes. That heavy drum filling in there. And then rooms like this, there's kind of already that dull machinery hum in the background, but it's like super, you know, quiet. It's just enough to make this really eerie. And then you get this sound effect cutting through it. Where you have like the very clearly machinery noises, and then something that sounds more like a creature rather than a machine. Some more foreshadowing to our first boss. That puzzle in Nowhere, if I can remember, was harder for me. Are you talking about the Stone of Time puzzle? Where you need to count the number of limbs on each of the images and add them up. There's the siren, indicating that we're about to emerge in the other world. We're technically still in the same place, but we are in a very different place.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
Now we're back in this creepy courtyard after going through. And now there's this music. This game just assaults you with this music, like track after track. Sometimes it kind of eases up and then it gets really heavy and industrial again. And now the tower door is locked. And we have our first appearance of the Seal of Metatron. What Dahlia tries to tell us later is the mark of Samael, and that it's a curse, but in actuality, this is actually a protective seal. The Seal of Metatron is being placed by Alessa in her attempts to stop the other world from spreading. You'll notice in a lot of these early areas of the game, whenever there's a Seal of Metatron present, there's no enemies. It's warding off the powers of the other world. But then, as you get closer to the end of the game, you start seeing more and more Seals of Metatron present, where Alessa is more desperately placing them around town to try to prevent the other world from spreading. But her powers are steadily getting weaker. The Otherworld courtyard also looks pretty normal compared to the rest of the school. It does. Also, just, again, talking about giving people credit earlier, we were talking about Yamaoka's contributions to the game and to the series. Gotta give credit to Masahiro Ito. I know Ito already gets a ton of credit because he's an amazing artist and monster and creature designer. Everybody's like, yeah, he designs the monsters, but he also did all the Otherworld locations. So anytime you see an Otherworld version of a location like this, this was also done by Masahiro Ito. Nobody, thank you so much for the 62 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Can't wait for the Silent Hill 1 remaster. Kappa. Don't worry, if everybody buys the remake, I'm sure they'll get Bloober Team to make a remake of this one. I'm confused then. Isn't the Otherworld created by Alessa? Not intentionally. The Otherworld is created it's drawing from Alessa's nightmares and is making her nightmares real. She's not actively cursing the town the way they depicted in the movie, or even Silent Hill Origins for that matter. The Otherworld is not something that Alessa is trying to intentionally torture the town with. It's a result of her nightmare and her latent psychic abilities getting mixed up in this aura around the town of Silent Hill. this spiritual presence that can take what's in your mind and manifest it into a nightmarish reality. But she does not want that to happen. She's actively trying to stop that from happening. The entire reason that all of this is happening the way that it is because Alessa has split her soul. The cult needed to use her to perform a ritual and needed her soul intact in order to complete that ritual. So Alessa splits her soul into two, which is where Cheryl comes from, in order to prevent the ritual from completing. That's all we've got in here. Just how different everything looks for the other world. These bloody chains hanging from everywhere. Very Hellraiser. All the chain link and blood. What's the meaning behind the sirens? I mean, the sirens themselves are just there to sort of signify that transition into the other world. And they themselves are a reference taken from David Lynch's Industrial Symphony No. 1, which they are also used as a transition between nightmare sequences. Cards are scattered. There's a picture card. Take it. A rectangular card with a picture of a key, found on a desk in a classroom. See, I love how Silent Hill 3 expands on a lot of the Silent Hill 1 lore in like a really interesting and detailed way. They pick up on a lot of these little things and expand on it when they were writing everything out for 3. So, cards are scattered. Okay, it's just some playing cards, and it's where you pick up this card key as far as like solving a puzzle. But after you play Silent Hill 3, you find some scattered playing cards in Alessa's room as well. And again, everything is supposed to be manifested from Alessa's mind. These are all aspects and things that are on Alessa's mind being manifested into the world around Harry. So not just the monsters and the more direct aspects and manifestations like that, but also the puzzle items. You get references to the Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland, because those are some of the books and things that Alessa liked. You find copies of, fairy tales and things in her room on bookshelves. So the town's power is sort of drawing on those things and manifesting something from them. The playing cards get mentioned in Silent Hill 3. Alessa used to like to play cards, and she would also play with Claudia, who was a little bit younger than her. And Claudia would always cry whenever she lost a card game against Alessa. So it takes something like this, where all Harry says about it is cards are scattered, and it expands upon it and makes it something significant to Alessa, gives it a little more reason for being there. Which is like a really smart way of going about adding to the lore with a sequel. Like Silent Hill 3 does a really good job of kind of telling its own story, but really enhancing a lot of aspects of Silent Hill 1's story on top of that. And then you have Silent Hill Origins, which completely shits all over all the story of Silent Hill 1. But that's a playthrough for another day. Like, 3 is a great example of how to expand on a plot line, and Origins is the exact opposite, the example of how not to do that. Hey, Phantom Cat Punch. Hope you're doing well today. Here we are in the infirmary again. But this time, it's the Otherworld version. The signs that were up here have changed. And now they say hell. I think it says hell come. But mostly it says hell. May or may not say come. Yeah, but can you throw a toaster at the devil in Silent Hill 1? Don't think so. True, you got me there. You absolutely cannot challenge the devil to a fist fight or throw a toaster. So, you know, pros and cons when it comes to Silent Hill Origins. Ampule. A wheelchair at an elementary school? Yeah, Harry, sometimes children are disabled. It's very inconsiderate of you. But also represents Alessa. She is very horribly burned and cannot walk on her own power. Which is why at the end of this game we see Alessa in a wheelchair. Her actual form. Because the Alessa that we see running around the town is just a projection of herself. It's not her actual body. Which they sort of reuse that idea as far as like a power or an ability for Silent Hill 4 with Walter Sullivan. Where Walter, you don't really see his physical body until the very end, his corpse. Instead, you see his projection throughout his dream worlds. What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? What does it mean? Could it have anything to do with this key printed on a card that would fit perfectly in that slot? Oh my god, I'm so smart. Also, we're concerned about the wheelchair, but we've got nothing to say about corpse in a cage. Nothing at all to say about these fucking Cenobite Hellworld victims that are just here. And there is never like really any conclusive evidence as to what these are or who they are or what they represent. It's one of those creepy things in the environment that there's a lot of different ways you could interpret it. You could look at this as victims that the town has already claimed. You could look at this as members of the cult, the previous sacrifices. And they make a return in Silent Hill 3 as well. But artistically and thematically, they definitely kept this sort of idea, this theme of cages and frames kind of around bodies. Because we wind up seeing similar imagery in later enemies such as Flesh Lips in Silent Hill 2. Or even Mary in her final boss form in Silent Hill 2. The Abstract Daddy as well. Back in these creepy bathrooms. And now they're even worse. Blood all over the sink. Oh, my chat just disconnected. Help, chat. I can't see you. And we've teleported. Yeah, we do have some bad weather rolling in. So, it's very possible my internet could completely die or my power could go out. So, if everything suddenly stops, that's probably why. Okay, I can see chat. Chat is back. So we've, like, completely teleported here. We went into a bathroom on the first floor. We're now up in a completely blocked off corner of the hallway on the second floor. Which, at the time, like... yeah. The fact that there's nothing to hint that that's what would happen, or anything like that. Definitely like a big mindfuck moment when this game came out. And then you have Bloober Team, where they make an entire games based around that gimmick. Where you go into a room or you look at something and then everything around you changes. And you're just somewhere else. And it gets old immediately. Yeah, see, like, Silent Hill does it, like, once, arguably a couple more times at the end with Nowhere, but yeah, Nowhere as a conceptual mishmash of previous areas kind of makes more sense for the conclusion of the game. They don't just constantly do it throughout throughout the entire game. It's not the only thing, the only gimmick. There's a shotgun. Give me that. Fires in a wide radius and holds up to 6 rounds. A hanging body. Why would somebody... Doesn't even finish his thought. Leonard Rhine. The monster lurks. The monster lurks. What's that supposed to mean? So, The Monster Lurks is the name of a book. Leonard Rhine is the author of said book. And this is the start of some of our sequential notes in Silent Hill 1. What I mean by sequential notes is Silent Hill 1 has a very unique way of giving you lore. If you do not explore thoroughly and examine certain pieces of lore that's found throughout the game and backstory found in notes and things like that, later on, other things that expand on that lore will not be readable. So we're going to find a book called The Monster Lurks, and if you don't read this writing where you on the wall where you find the shotgun, Harry will not read that book. He's not going to realize that it has relevant information in it. So it's one of those things that's really interesting. It's easy to miss a lot of in-game lore because if you skip part of it, the game doesn't let you go back beyond a certain point. And it'll make future bits of lore just completely unreadable. So by reading that, we're going to be able to read a book. And then there's a few other examples that I'll point out as we get to them. Can't use the phone.
Help me. Daddy, where are you?
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. Kabi-sama, I remember some scenes of the Kaufman side quest have a lot of different dialogues depending on the clues you read. Yes, that is one of the more noticeable parts of the game. Because if you don't read up on all of the subplot stuff going on involving drugs, essentially Kaufman is not part of the cult. He's working with them to make a profit for himself, but he doesn't really believe in what they're doing. I mean, he does notice that there are weird things happening in Silent Hill, so he does give it a certain amount of credit, but he's not like a follower. He's not like a believer and active member of the cult. He just has a working relationship with them, and he's essentially utilizing the cult to distribute drugs, and the cult needs him to manufacture those drugs because they use it to indoctrinate people into their cult, and they use it for cult rituals that use the raw materials, such as White Claudia, as we'll find out. But if you don't read up on all the lore kind of revolving around this drug running subplot, you get different dialogue with Kaufman, versus if you do read all that extra lore, you get dialogue where Harry's like, oh, that guy must be involved with the local drug racket. So Harry makes mention of the things, like his dialogue changes depending on how much you explore and how many of the notes you read, and all those sort of aspects within the game. It literally changes dialogue. A huge fan is rotating. If approached carelessly, I may be sucked in. Just scary imagery. Hey, Rhodes await me. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we got our rubber ball. Don't think any later entries really do the same sort of thing with sequential dialogue. It's another thing that makes this one particularly stand out. Outside one event in Silent Hill 3, I guess. There's very few instances. They kind of use it like once or twice in Silent Hill 2 and 3. The game that does the closest, interestingly enough, is Shattered Memories. Silent Hill Shattered Memories makes, like, the whole game revolves around the things that you look at in the environment, sort of changing what you see next and what kind of information the game gives you. Have you attempted Silent Hill 1 Sword Run? You mean whoosh %? Oh, I've done multiple. We have multiple archived playthroughs with just the katana. More than even just using it as the only weapon. I call it whoosh percent because I also use the katana exclusively for movement. Didn't you invent whoosh percent? Probably not. This game is so old. I'm sure somebody thought of doing sword only, but I'm the first person I know who, like, recorded myself doing a full playthrough using only the sword for movement and weapon. Because whenever you swing the sword, you move forward a little bit. So you can beat the whole game just swinging and moving forward a tiny step at a time. Cat in a locker. It's banging. Just like we saw before. I like how Harry's hand isn't even on the locker. It just sort of floats open. He opens it with his Jedi force. Nothing inside. Just some blood. And then bam. First jump scare of the game. Several hours in. Library reserve key. See, that's a really good way of doing a jump scare. You kind of have the build up and the anticipation. You have this setup earlier, finding the cat in the locker. Then sort of the built up expectation. You open it and there's not a cat there, but nothing happens right away. The game lets you regain control and take a few steps away, and then hits you with the scare, like once you kind of think the moment's passed. Yeah, no music sting or anything like that. It's still just this sort of slow, dull, ambient sound in the background, which goes quiet when you look at the locker. Really good setup. Whoa. Trying to run around in first person. I have done a playthrough entirely in self-view mode as well. Which gets old really fast. It's nice when you're just trying to look at something for a moment and kind of standing still. But trying to play the whole game that way is a huge pain in the ass. There's a hanging key. It's just out of reach. Nothing special. Again, no enemies here on the roof. And we find seals of Metatron on both of these walls here. Another one of our little subtle environmental storytelling hints that what Dahlia is telling us about the Mark of Samael may not be accurate. There's a drainage valve. Do you want to open it? It drains into the wrong hole. Maybe I could plug that up somehow. Good thing Harry is a kleptomaniac and he just... Or he's psychic and he just knows things are going to be important because he knew to pick up the rubber ball. He knew he was going to need this fluorescent pink rubber ball used by children. Which perfectly plugs up this hole. Key went down the drain. So now we can go down to the courtyard where it drains out and get it. Yeah, you can't open the water at all unless you know the key is there. You have to examine that in order to even solve this puzzle. They make you look at each piece of it so that Harry logically knows how to solve it, even if you, the player, already know what to do. Also, just good things in game design. They put some blood to draw your eye over here in order to get you to kind of examine where the key is. Because if you're trying to examine this blood, you'll examine this hole instead. And it sort of tips you off as to what to do here. And they use that blood to draw your eye to important things a few times throughout the game. We'll see it again later on when we're doing the Kaufman side quest. We've got our library reserve key. We just need to go straight to the courtyard. And there is the classroom key. Hey, Panta Prime TV. You picked the ball up in an attempt to make peace with the dogs in the city. Oh, imagine if you could play fetch with the skinless dogs. All right. So, once we're here in the library reserve, there's some books. No useful books. But there is one sitting open. Harry says, "What's this?" "The Monster Lurks" is the book's title. So because Harry read this written in blood in the bathroom earlier, it causes him to be interested enough in actually reading part of this book. Whereas if you don't look at that, he will not read this. Chapter 3, Manifestation of Delusions. And he kind of picks up mid-sentence. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress manifest into physical energy with external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. So, however, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone, although it's not clear why adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So, adolescent girls who are being affected by negative emotions like fear, worry, or stress, much like Alessa, manifest this into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have in some cases been shown to trigger them. So this gives us a little bit of insight into kind of what's happening with Alessa, and in conjunction with another note that you would find later on if it wasn't bugged in the North American release, would give you the impression that there's a fire caused by a boiler explosion in the Gillespie home. And this book gives the sort of idea that Alessa's heightened stress levels, because of the ritual that was being performed on her, caused this boiler to explode and burn down the Gillespie home. Another way that Alessa was attempting to kind of stop this ritual from happening. This also occurs as she's splitting her soul into what would basically become Cheryl. Now, there's a lot of debate among fans, and I agree, this is definitely vague. They don't really explicitly talk about Alessa's impregnation ritual, or if it involved intentionally setting her on fire. If you go by like Silent Hill Origins or even the Silent Hill movie, that seems to be where a lot of people lean in their thinking. Even Silent Hill 3 kind of implies that burning might have been part of this particular ritual. But it is kind of somewhat left ambiguous whether it was Alessa's heightened stress levels causing this fire, this boiler explosion, which, again, you kind of get that implication between this book and the note about the boiler explosion. A lot of people don't know about the note about the boiler explosion because it's missing in the North American release of Silent Hill. In the Japanese release and in the PAL release, the note is there. But even that can be explained as like a cover-up, you know, because if it was the cult manipulating the newspapers and the press and everything else, which is not unreasonable, they're manipulating a lot of stuff around the town, that they could just say that, you know, it was a boiler explosion that burned down the house instead of this ritual where they intentionally burned a sacrifice, you know. Personally, I lean more towards it was an accident, like the boiler explosion was the result of Alessa's psychic powers during a heightened moment of stress as the ritual was being done, and that fire was not part of the ritual. But again, it's ambiguous enough. There is no definitive answer one way or the other. I think both are really interesting, though. Here we have some foreshadowing and a bit of a hint on how to fight the first boss here. Hearing this, the hunter, armed with bow and arrow, said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So that's another one of those sort of how many things you can imply from this dialogue, you know, just by getting a little bit of information. So this is a fairy tale in this world, in this universe, the fairy tale about this big lizard and the archer shooting it in the mouth with the bow and arrow. And Harry says that he read it as a kid. So presumably Harry would have read it to Cheryl at some point when she was a child. I mean, she was still a child, but she was still only 7 years old when he got here. And now Cheryl, the other, you know, she is the other half of Alessa's soul. And now that she's been returned to Silent Hill, she's kind of become an aspect of Alessa again. So Alessa would kind of have Cheryl's memories. So if Harry read this as a kid, he might have read it to Cheryl. And if it's in Cheryl's head, it's in Alessa's head. And if it's in Alessa's head, the town can manifest it, which is why we find it here. It's like you kind of can piece together things being the way they are through like a twisted sense of logic. But that's the thing with the Silent Hill games, is so much of it is left open for interpretation. Even though there are a lot of things that do have a definitive answer or purpose or meaning, not everything does. And even the things that do have very intentional purpose and meaning, it's not often completely, you know, black and white what it is and what it means. It's just kind of the most vague ideas or themes surrounding something. Yeah, Last Angel. That's a good example. The I'm Johnny, one hot guy note in Silent Hill 2 that you find on the back of a heater. And you learn that, you know, the hotel is actually very badly burned down. So it's like, okay, is the note inferring that this heater was the source of that fire? You know, it kind of seems like, why put it there if it doesn't have some kind of significance? But then there's also plenty of times where they put something in with no significance just to be weird or scary or creepy or unsettling with no real, you know, definitive reason for being there other than being weird or scary. Let's see. That's pretty much it for the school. We just have the final boss. Or the final boss, the first boss. Some extra supplies you can get here. Ampules, which are really nice. And we have one of our, like, more I guess, just figure it out type of puzzles. I kind of like and dislike these puzzles. I like that they throw stuff at you that you just kind of have to figure it out. The bug room puzzle in Silent Hill 2 is another one where you don't find a note, you don't really get much of a hint, you kind of just have to try things to figure out the puzzle. Which, I mean, realistically, in real life, you're not always going to find a note that tells you how to figure something out. Sometimes it's just a practical thing that you have to solve. And with this, it's like, okay, you turn the valve and the bars move. So you just have to figure out how to move each valve until the bars are all out of your way. And once you figure it out, the solution never changes. This puzzle's not randomized, so you can always do it just kind of right away. But yeah, it's one of those practical puzzles where you just kind of have to turn each valve and see what changes and figure out which combination of rotations gives you a clear walkway. And that leads to an elevator that's going to take us down into our boss arena with our corpse burning in the central sconce. This big spinning spiked ball down at the bottom, very reminiscent of what they use in the Walter final battle in Silent Hill 4. And we get our look at the split-head lizard, our first boss. It's making those familiar sounds when we turned on the generator in the boiler room, and it made that very creepy roaring sound. Now we see where that was coming from. shoot into its open maw. Just like the fairy tale. And the beast will fall down dead. If you get caught in the mouth of this boss, it is a one-shot KO. You are dead. Such a brutal start to Silent Hill. The first couple of puzzles, like the piano room puzzle and navigating the school and that boss, it's all like really punishing.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room. What is going on here? So we get our glimpse of Alessa, at the very least her projected form. And you can tell that this is the same projected form that we see in the intro movie, that when Harry swerved and crashed his car. So Alessa needs Harry's help, essentially, and she's trying to kind of give him clues, lead him along. Meanwhile, Dahlia, who we're about to go meet, does the exact opposite, giving us misinformation. But nonetheless helping us make progress. Even if it is just sort of for her own means. Go ahead and make a save in the infirmary before we head out. And we get a clue on where to go next. List of teachers, Kate Gordon. That's it. I'll note the address down on the map. So, Kim Gordon. Not only is she in Sonic Youth, but she's apparently a teacher at Midwich. And we need to go through her house. And we're going to make a stop in the school bus, since we didn't actually stop here before coming into Midwich at the beginning. But yeah, same model of school bus. They take this right from Kindergarten Cop. It's even the same number, bus number 7. And a lot of people don't realize you can go in the bus. I think I don't know how many playthroughs of this game I did before I figured out you can go in here. Probably like my 5th or 6th playthrough, I was just like, what the fuck? There's stuff in here? But yeah, health drinks. And a save point. And because we read the note mentioning Kay Gordon's house, it's now marked on the map, so we know where to head. And there's a couple weird references to look at along the way. Bad dog. Again, blood drawing the eye of the player as far as like where to go And you get this nice camera angle, unique camera angle to draw you in. So even if you didn't get this place marked on your map, if you missed the note in Midwich, you get these kind of environmental clues to draw you here. Hey, Cache Override. What's the best version of Silent Hill 1? This version that I'm playing is very good as far as like very authentic to the original. But not everybody's going to have access to like a Vita or a PS TV to play the digital version of this. You also need a PS3 to transfer it to the Vita or PS TV unless you soft mod your Vita. So this is a really good way to play it. If you want to play it with nicer textures and widescreen, DuckStation is a really nice emulator. I almost did a DuckStation playthrough of this, but I kind of wanted to do PS TV instead. Because when we did Silent Hill 2, we were kind of trying to keep it as close to the original graphics as possible. So doing the same with Silent Hill 1 felt appropriate. But yeah, if you want to really ramp up the graphics, make everything look really nice, widescreen and everything like that, higher internal resolution and everything, DuckStation does it really, really well. Yeah, there are a few moments in the game where DuckStation will crash, but if you know where those places are, you can get through them. So you basically just have to disable all your enhancements, which on DuckStation there's a nice little toggle in the options where you can just disable everything. So this cutscene coming up where we meet Dahlia in the church is the first one. When you use the key on the drawbridge right after that is the second one. And then when you use the Flauros to get through Alessa's barrier after the Sybil fight. Those are all like the main areas where the game will crash. So if you know those places are there, then yeah, you can just disable your enhancements, get through those cutscenes, and then re-enable them. And the rest of the game works perfectly fine. And looks amazing on DuckStation. That fucking noise. Played this game on DuckStation, no crashes at all. Maybe I got lucky. Some of it may have just been the settings you were playing on. Because I never did figure out exactly what enhancements cause the crash or don't. So a lot of it just depends on your computer and your settings, probably. But yeah, DuckStation is a really nice way to play this game, either way. But I figure for my next series of playthroughs, going through the series this year, kind of try to do them close to OG versions, original release versions. So like this is very, very close to PS1. If I had a good way to capture off of the original hardware, I would just do that. But the only capture card I've got for like PS1, PS2, anything pre-HDMI is really shitty. It's a really crappy card, so the quality would not be good on top of, you know, being OG graphics. It just makes it a little bit too rough to look at. Doesn't make for a good stream experience. So until I can get some decent capture stuff for older consoles, which is surprisingly expensive, yeah, we'll probably stick to whatever versions we can manage for old school original graphics. Although after this it's basically Silent Hill 3, and I'll just do Silent Hill 3 PC version with no mods, most likely. We could also try and do it on PS2 emulator, with basic settings, although I had some issues with Silent Hill 2. So we'll see. We'll figure that out. Hey, there's Jesus. And Dahlia. Doing that weird animation where she like fixes her jaw.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something? Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
And she's gone. Get back here. One open. Must be locked from the other side. It's a very unique locked door noise too. You don't hear any other locked doors sound like that. The path you can only get to by spinning around so much you get dizzy and fall over. Yep, that is literally what gyromancy is. Gyromancy is an actual practice in certain beliefs where basically a person spins around so much that they get dizzy and fall over, and on the ground around them where they're spinning are letters or runes or pictographs or tarot cards or whatever you use to divine your message from the ethereal plane or whatever it is. But basically you put down letters on the ground and you spin around and fall down until it spells out a message. That's what gyromancy is. So that's what Dahlia was doing to figure out that all this was going to happen in order to peer into the future and manipulate Harry Mason into being here, bringing the other half of Alessa and carrying the Flauros directly to her. Basically, it is floundering about at random. True. There's our drawbridge key and our Flauros. We just put this giant pyramid in our pocket. Pyramid-shaped object found in the church. Purpose and use unknown. So I talked about Hellraiser earlier with like the chains and the blood dripping in Midwich. Now we have, it's not quite a lament configuration. It's not a cube, but it's kind of similar, and it does wind up spinning around and opening and doing stuff later, possibly. Is that a pyramid head baby? Yeah, this is just a pyramid head egg. Pyramid heads reproduce by laying eggs. We'll go with that. I like that. I like that interpretation. There's a newspaper, nothing special. There's a picture on the wall, nothing special. Nothing special? That's a picture of your boy Jesus. He's got his pixely nipples out and everything. He doesn't comment on any of the other pictures around here. I actually kind of thought the game might have crashed there. Let's see, there's some more Stephen King references over here. If I remember correctly. Yep, there it is. Red Rum. Reference to The Shining. As I said, I'm pretty sure out of all the horror references and direct references to like movies and books and all sorts of things like that that there are in this game, the majority, I think, are Stephen King. Stop. Here's another spot that a lot of people very easily can miss. You can go inside this garage. There's not much in here. It's a save point and some ammo. But on Extra New Game, this is where you can come in and pick up the gasoline, which will let you pick up one of the New Game Plus weapons that uses gasoline. You get to choose from two. You can either pick up a chainsaw or a rock drill. Technically, the chainsaw does more damage, but I think the attack animation of the rock drill makes it more effective. So I usually pick up the rock drill. The rock drill is better because it's more annoying to listen to. Yeah, it makes a wonderful high-pitched drill noise. Considering it's basically supposed to be like a jackhammer, but instead it sounds like a little tiny like dentist drill or something. And then you do get full-on dentist drill as a musical instrument in the final boss's music. No, the fog was a PS1 limitation thing, but I really like it. Oh, yeah. It's, again, so many things that made Silent Hill what it is are such, like, perfect little, you know, working within limitations. Like, all these situations where it's like they just needed something to hide the render distance, but the fog works so perfectly for that, that even on later hardware where you can render, like now, rendering distance is way less of an issue than it was back then. So you can render like this big town around the player and let them see everything clearly with no obstruction. But 100% we're going to be looking at like the Silent Hill 2 remake and looking at that fog. Like, the fog became such an important part of the atmosphere and the aesthetic of these games that, you know, it's funny to look at. It came from a, you know, a place of necessity and then became one of the more defining features of the series. There's a rock drill. No gasoline, can't use it. That's fine. We'll do New Game Plus a different day. Here is our musical reference. Again, we had Portishead at the very beginning, and I talked about this in the beginning in the cafe. But for those who weren't here or missed that part, Akira Yamaoka puts a lot of his musical influences through, like, direct references to those musical influences throughout this game. And this is our first of two references to the band Throbbing Gristle, which is headed by a person, or was headed, rest in peace, Genesis P. Orridge. which very prolific experimental industrial band. And you can definitely hear a lot of that influence in Yamaoka's more heavier industrial tracks throughout this game. Keyhole on the control panel. Drawbridge key, go. Machinery is running, press the switch. Noise, industrial band, visual arts group. Yeah, there's a million other adjectives you can add to how to describe Throbbing Gristle and Genesis P-Orridge. But for the sake of brevity, we'll say experimental industrial. But yeah, all of that applies as well. There we go. Some handgun bullets. Splat. These things crashing to the ground. The air screamers. Oh, now we have rompers. I gotta show off my favorite thing about the rompers. When they attack Harry, like head on, directly from the front, and they pin him down, if you mash the buttons to like get out of that attack, Harry does get out of the attack faster and takes less damage, but there's a little animation that goes along with it. And he like slaps the romper on the face, and the romper just sort of like looks ashamed and slowly gets off of him. And it's accompanied by like the most gentle little slap sound effect I think I've ever heard in a video game. And it makes this animation just like so funny. And it's very subtle. But it's really fun. See, look at it. Like, stab it. No. This is for ruining Romper Skip on like 80% of my speedrun attempts. There we go. Some weird imagery in here. We got Two-Face from Batman. It's literally just this man, half of this man's head is a skull, and it just says drug with a big X. Like, that's a perfect anti-drug poster. Don't do drugs. You will become Two-Face. And no... whatever that is. Can anybody tell me what that is? What is this saying no to? What is that a silhouette of? No fucking? No yoga? No chicken? No kung fu? No stretching? It does kind of look like a chicken. I've never known what the fuck this is supposed to be. But whatever it is, it's not allowed. It's not allowed in the police station. Dude, my Twitch chat has just been constantly disconnecting. Is OBS also going to disconnect? Is everything dying? Not just for you, it might be Twitch themselves. Well, I can see that. No, it's okay. Yeah, OBS looks like it's fine. Everyone's here again. But yeah, my chat, every couple of minutes, it disconnects and then reconnects after a second. So I don't know if that's just Twitch being weird, or if something on my end is being weird. Let's talk a little bit about grammar. Everyone's favorite thing. English grammar. This is one of the times where chat taught me something. Someone in chat taught me something that I didn't know. Or at least kind of helped me correct my misunderstanding. So we find some information here, and this is also going to influence things that we're able to look at and read later on. There's something on it. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. Manufactured here. Dealer equals manufacturer. So this gives us some insight into that drug running subplot. Kaufman is basically using the hospital to help manufacture drugs for the cult, but then he's also selling those same drugs on the side to tourists in order to make a profit. So the police are trying to figure out what's going on with this drug situation in Silent Hill. It's a product only available in certain areas of Silent Hill, so it's not even the entire town, specific select areas. Raw material is White Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region. So for the longest time, I read this as meaning White Claudia, the plant, does not normally grow in Silent Hill. That it was strange that it's growing in Silent Hill. I always read that word peculiar to mean something odd or strange, because in a lot of context, that's how it's read. If you say that something is peculiar, if you say out of this lineup of people, that person is peculiar, it means that it is something weird that does not belong outside of the normal. So I always interpreted this as a plant that is peculiar to the region, that it shouldn't be here. But it turns out when you're talking about plants and botany in specific terms, peculiar can mean that it only grows here. So White Claudia only grows around Silent Hill. Manufactured here, dealer equals manufacturer. Yes and yes. And that dealer manufacturer is Michael Kaufman, director of the Alchemilla Hospital, which is where we're going to go next. We've got a little bit more stuff to look at. There's a memo on the desk. Coroner Seals called. Officer Gucci is unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally. Everyone's favorite character from the Silent Hill movie. Officer Gucci. I can't believe, out of all of the characters and things that they would change when it came to the Silent Hill movie, somehow they turned Officer Gucci into like a full-fledged character who's chasing around Sean Bean, arresting him when he's picking on nuns, trying to steal adoption documents. But medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of heart disease. So basically, it's suspicious that Officer Gucci died of this heart attack. And it is foul play is suspected. And we're going to find that several other high-ranking officials and politicians, members of the police, died of similar heart attacks. And this is most likely through Kaufman basically forcing them to have a heart attack through drug overdose of White Claudia or PTV. And we also get the impression that this is how he killed Lisa Garland, the nurse, as well. And all of that is like totally optional. Completely optional. You don't have to go into that police station ever. But get some interesting ideas about the plot, more of that subplot with kind of the drug trafficking and things that are going on. Here's the best store in all of Silent Hill, just cats. No dogs, no hamsters. It's just cats. Some gunshots ring out as you approach Alchemilla Hospital. Again, you get these sound cues and visual camera cues, kind of directing the player into Alchemilla Hospital. We are running a bit low on shotgun, but we have tons of handgun. And we are now in Alchemilla Hospital. We're going to investigate those gunshots and start exploring the hospital in just a bit. But I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break. It's been about 3.5 hours. Thanks everybody who's been watching so far. I'm going to take a couple minutes just to get up, stretch my legs, grab a drink, and take a short break. And we will come back. We're definitely going to finish all of Silent Hill 1 today. It's a long stream. It's probably going to be around 9-10 hours total. But yeah, thanks you guys for hanging out. I appreciate everyone who's been here, hanging out, keeping me company, and supporting the stream so far. But yeah, I will be back in just a few minutes. All right. Oop, give me 1 second. Okay. Back at it again at Alchemilla Hospital. I like how they kind of tease you with the map being visible behind this counter, but then you can't actually get back there. Another gunshot coming from here. And there's our boy, Michael Kaufman.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
Good talk. Very good social interaction there from Michael Kaufman. But he kind of, you know, he's telling it like it is. There's a bunch of monsters out there. If there's a 7-year-old girl, probably not doing so good. He's a shitty shot. So we hear like 2 gunshots from outside the hospital while we're approaching. And then we hear 1 more, so he fires like 3. And I think that's what it takes for us to kill an air screamer. Like 3 shots from a handgun. But then he flat out misses Harry at point blank range. Despite Harry plainly telling him not to shoot. Hey, Live Metal Trees. Welcome. First time watching, love the content, been wanting to see a stream of Silent Hill 2 for ages. Well, too bad, this is Silent Hill 1. I already did Silent Hill 2 last week. Well, like 2 weeks ago. Whenever Halloween was. 10 days ago. But welcome either way. I'll definitely do more Silent Hill 2 at some point. Silent Hill 3 is the one to watch. We'll be doing Silent Hill 3 next week. I don't know exactly what day or time yet, because my sleep schedule has been all over the fucking place. But we'll do 3 next week. 4 needs more love. I did a story playthrough of 4 back in April, and we just did a story playthrough of 4 on testing out Xbox emulation a couple months ago. I think we show a decent amount of love for 4 here. There is a newspaper. This article's been clipped out. So this is the article where normally looking at this newspaper, where this article has been clipped out, later on you find that clipped out article. And the article in question is the one talking about the boiler explosion and fire that burned down the Gillespie home. But this is glitched. The North American version of Silent Hill is bugged, where this note does not show up even if you look at this newspaper. It never triggers and shows up where it's supposed to be. It does show up in the PAL version, and it does show up in the Japanese version. But yeah, one of those things. Kind of sad that was missing, specifically just in this version of the game. Only in the North American release. Hey Nubs, what's your rank list again for the Silent Hill games? Exclamation point faves in chat is the command. Get our maps. Was there also a newspaper somewhere later on about the drug racket? There is, in the little motel where you're doing Kaufman's side quest. But that one is in the game. We will be able to read that one. That's one of the ones that you need to read the notes in the police station and find the bag of drugs in the Indian Runner store in order to read that newspaper in the motel. But yeah, we will be doing that. Get our plastic bottle, because we're going to need to scoop up some Aglaupahotis. Aglophatus. I thought I got rid of that. A what, please? Aglophatus. Aglaupahotis. So later on, Dahlia makes at the end of the very end of the game, if you're getting the good or good plus ending, which we'll be getting the good plus ending, but she mentions Aglophatus. Aglophatus is a red liquid that can be used to expel demons, and we need it in order to get the good plus ending. So here it is. Scoop it up. And again, between that cutscene at the end with Dahlia and this room, we get some environmental storytelling, kind of explaining what happens here. So this whole office is just ransacked. The shelves are all messed up. Who did this? So there's stuff scattered all over the floor, like someone was looking for something. Someone was digging through all the cabinets, digging through the desk drawers, trying to find something. And then they found it, this glass vial containing this red liquid. So this is the hospital director's office. This is Michael Kaufman's office. And Kaufman works with Dahlia. He's not a member of the cult with her, but he does work with her. He gets her White Claudia, which the cult uses for rituals and to indoctrinate people. And he doesn't believe in what they believe in, but he does notice that there is some credibility to what they're trying to do because of all the weird shit going on in the town. So he wants to make his profit running drugs through the cult, but he also needed to have something as kind of his ace in the hole in case this whole birthing a god thing that they're trying to do actually winds up working and being real. So Kaufman does some research and he finds out about Agolophatus, a substance used to expel demons from a human host. And he divides up the Agolophatus that he has into 2 bottles. He leaves one bottle here in his desk specifically for Dahlia to find and smash, because he wants her to think that he doesn't have this ace in the hole. He doesn't have this backup plan. That she's already gotten rid of his Agolophatus. Kaufman then keeps the second bottle of Agolophatus hidden, which we'll find later. It's part of the side quest for the Good Plus ending. But that's why we find the room in that state, is specifically we're seeing Dahlia having just been here not long before us, and ransacking his office, destroying the Agolophatus, so that Kaufman let her think that he doesn't have it. The in-house generator, I can't talk, powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Press the switch. Some more great droning ambient sound, that machinery sound, kind of similar to the boiler room in Midwich before this. So we came in on the first floor, we went downstairs and checked out the basement. Go to the second floor. Lock's jammed. Can't go anywhere else. Try the third floor. Same thing. Mysteriously, there's now a fourth floor. And this is where I want to talk about something very important as a fan of these games. A lesson that I've had to learn, a lesson that all Silent Hill fans will inevitably need to learn as well. Sometimes you can overthink shit. Because for a long time, I thought I had this pretty well pegged. I'm like, all right, in a lot of Eastern cultures, in Japan especially, 4 is considered an unlucky number because the pronunciation for the number 4, shi, can also mean death. So 4 is considered an unlucky number. It's associated with dying or death. So there's even buildings where the 4th floor is not shown. Hotels and things like that, where if you look at the available floors on an elevator, a lot of times it will skip the 4th floor. It'll show 1, 2, 3, and then go to 5, 6, 7. Very similar to here in the United States and a lot of places in the West. It's the number 13. 13 is considered an unlucky number, and a lot of skyscrapers and hotels will omit the number 13 from elevators and things like that. Obviously, they don't skip the 13th floor in the building. They don't have just a completely unused floor, but they don't number it in such a way. Because it's considered unlucky. It's just a superstition thing. So I thought for sure that this specifically being a 4th floor that suddenly appears, where all of this transfer into the other world occurs, was intentional superstition and Japanese belief, imposed into the game for something that would be interpreted as weird or spooky, especially to a Japanese audience. Fast forward to, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I messaged Masahiro Ito on Twitter, where he was talking about some other aspects of the game, and Alchemilla in particular. He was talking about designing the Otherworld versions of this, and he mentioned the transition from the normal world to the Otherworld via the elevator. And I took that opportunity to ask him directly, like, was the 4th floor thing intentional, since 4 is considered like unlucky in Japan? And he said no, that it was just like a coincidence, considering this is a game made for American audiences. They didn't have that particular line of thinking when it comes to Japanese superstitions, because they wanted things to be scary to Americans. And for us, like, the 4th floor wouldn't have any meaning beyond just being a new floor appears that was not there before. And that's literally all it's supposed to be. It's just supposed to be weird that there was not a 4th floor and then one appears. All of the extra assumption that it was like intentional as part of Japanese superstition, even though it does sort of work, was not the developer's intention. So again, really interesting lesson when it comes to being a fan of the Silent Hill games. There's a lot of stuff that might seem intentional and super deep, and to have like more meaning than just what it is on a surface level, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's literally just, it's a floor that wasn't there and now it is, and that's creepy and weird. And that's the end of it, you know? Like, I definitely know I'm guilty of overthinking lots of stuff in the Silent Hill games. I've gotten a lot better about it over the years, and I try to always make distinctions in recent story playthroughs when something is just like a personal theory, or a common fan belief, you know, or if a developer or something sort of corroborates information. Because yeah, there's so many things. Like hearing the door locking behind you. Yeah, as you go into the 4th floor and you hear that, like, oh, can't go back now. Empty bird cage. Room 302. 5 years before Silent Hill 4. And we have a significant Room 302. How about that? Again, coincidence. Because they definitely hadn't planned on making any other Silent Hill games when they were making Silent Hill 1. They didn't realize what sort of success they would have with this. Definitely not 4 games deep. VCR, it's old but usable. We're gonna find a VHS tape and bring it back and watch it. And luckily, Harry is dad and husband of all years. So it's not a videotape of him killing his wife. Why aren't you dead? It's interesting how you get little things like this. The steel plate screwed to the wall. It lets you investigate it, but this is not used in your first trip to Alchemilla at all. This doesn't come into play until nowhere at the very end of the game, where you revisit a lot of these areas, but in like a scattered, kind of chaotic assembly, where you have parts of Midwich and all these other places sort of smashed together. Some dryers, useless now. Oh, at the very beginning of the stream, somebody had mentioned the wall textures, and they were like, what is that on the wall? But sometimes where the textures kind of meet, it sort of makes like an optical illusion, like an image. And this is one of my favorite instances of that. It looks like Toad from Super Mario Brothers. It's just a mirrored wall texture that happens to make these pixels align like this. But it's got like the white part where his little mushroom hat is with all the spots. The 2 little dark spots are his feet. Definitely not intentional, just a weird thing. Although I guess that is a good example of how your brain kind of looks for patterns. Plate of the cat. Is that a laundry machine? Kind of sounds like it. I mean, it might be. The final boss music of this game uses a fucking dentist drill. So, a lot of the industrial stuff, who knows what Yamaoka's using for some of it. Pots and pans and fucking banging on garbage cans. Throwing an entire stove out of a 3rd-story window. I don't fucking know. You can get a bunch of health drinks if you examine the broken vending machine here. your little wiggler. Interesting, just kind of a design note as far as the doctors and nurses go in Alchemilla. They look like relatively human, except for this parasitic growth coming out of their backs. And if you think about where we are and the way that Alessa would sort of interpret things, the doctors and nurses and everybody in the hospital, for the most part, are just puppets of Kaufman. They're all on Kaufman's payroll. He's the hospital director, so they're all doing exactly what Kaufman wants. And Alessa, remember, she hates Kaufman. He's the one who's kind of put her in this situation, after her mother... After the ritual happened, or the boiler explosion, regardless of how Alessa wound up burned, she winds up here in the basement of Alchemilla Hospital with Michael Kaufman, keeping her, secret, away from everybody and hidden. She's put under the care of Lisa Garland. But none of the other hospital staff or anybody does anything to help Alessa. Audio jump scare there. Plate of the Queen. So yeah, having this visual of the doctors and nurses being these creatures being puppeted by a parasite, representing these doctors and nurses who are just puppets of Kaufman. After the events of Silent Hill Origins. That would be a good idea for a marathon, is playing Origins right before Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, because that's supposed to be like the, if you accept everything that has the official Konami stamp on it as canon, sort of Alessa story arc. So we'll have to do a marathon of like Origins 1, 3, and I guess if you're going to consider that, like if you're going to count Origins as canon, you might as well count Dead by Daylight as canon, because Dead by Daylight talks about what happens to Heather after Silent Hill 3 in her character lore. So that would be the marathon. Origins 1, 3, and then Dead by Daylight. The Konami canon marathon. And I guess Shattered Memories. Yeah, Shattered Memories as well. Oh man, no, we can't do that. This is a horrible idea. This is a horrible idea, because if we do the Konami canon shit, then even if we're just talking about Alessa's storyline, we also have to play Book of Memories, because if we go by everything Konami made as canon, every single game's plot is explained by somebody writing in a Book of Memories. And I already play too much Book of Memories as it is. Pachinko lore? Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's favorite. The Pachinko lore. Okay, that's all locked. I thought about it and decided that's a horrible idea. I just want to have Silent Hill F deep playthrough. I mean, whenever it comes out, it's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of playthroughs where I'm learning stuff, but then eventually I'll be doing in-depth playthroughs for any new Silent Hill games that come out. Blade of Hatter. We get our little tentacle monsters here, which Harry can aim at as though they're an enemy. They can also kind of affect, like, hit you and stuff. But you never really see these anywhere else. And, yeah, Freddy, that's what I was going to mention. In Silent Hill 3, there's a tentacle monster in the water that can grab Heather when you're in the sewers. And there's so many parallels between Silent Hill 1 and 3 that it's most likely intentional, like a bit of a reference to this. Because we see a similar tentacle in the Nowhere section of Silent Hill 1 during the fridge. We'll show the fridge death later on. I need the turtle. Who are you going to kill to get a PS5 for Silent Hill 2 Remake? I already have a PS5. My very good friend, Jad Ashtelin, who a lot of you will see from time to time in chat, got me a PlayStation 5 last year for Christmas. Along with Death Stranding. That's how I've been playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. That whole playthrough, which eventually I'll get back to, doing the 100% Death Stranding Director's Cut playthrough. But yeah, that whole playthrough has been on the PS5. So the thing is, like, you know me, I'm going to be very, very thorough when it comes to any new Silent Hill stuff. So I'm going to get both versions, and I'm going to be doing lots of playthroughs of both the PS5 version and the PC version. Most likely there will be differences, especially because I'm going to learn how to speedrun any of the new Silent Hill games. So there's probably going to be speedrun preferences and story playthrough preferences. But whatever versions of the new games come out, like, I will definitely be playing them, learning to speedrun them, learning everything I can about them to do in-depth story playthroughs, regardless of if they're good or bad or anything like that. It's what I will do. Clouds flowing over a hill, sky on a sunny day, tangerines that are bitter, lucky four-leaf clover, violets in the garden, dandelions along a path, unavoidable sleeping time, liquid flowing from a slashed wrist. So we've got 4 square indentations on the door. We've got 4 different colored plates. And these are all references to Alice in Wonderland, the Queen of Hearts, the Mad Hatter, the Mock Turtle, and Cheshire Cat. Mock Turtle's not in the animated version, but that's part of Through the Looking Glass. But again, these puzzles are even not just here for the sake of being puzzles. Like, these are things that have lore implications, because the town is manifesting all of these things from Alessa's mind, and you find all of these books and fairy tales and things like that in Alessa's bedroom. So these are books and things that she has read. So the town is taking those ideas and using it to kind of create these obstacles as well. More than just like the creatures, which are kind of based on things that Alessa was afraid of. And you're basically just putting them in order of the things listed in this poem, in clockwise order. So up at the top we have white, to the right we have orange, to the bottom we have purple, and to the left we have black. So clouds flowing over a hill are white, so that's the topmost color. So we're going clockwise. Sky on a sunny day, so blue is going to be in that top right corner. Tangerines that are bitter, the orange was to the right. Lucky four-leaf clover, green, is going to be in the bottom right. Violets in the garden, that's purple on the very bottom. Dandelions along a path, that's yellow in the bottom left. Unavoidable sleeping time, that's nighttime or darkness, black, to the left. And liquid flowing from a slashed wrist, blood, red, in the top left. Blue goes up here. What are your thoughts on the Silent Hill 2 movie? It's not out yet. I'll have thoughts on it when it comes out and I watch it. But I have no idea what to really think until then. Like, it's Christoph Gans directing, and he directed the first movie, and I don't like the first movie as a parallel to the game. Like, the movie is not a good adaptation of the game from a storyline standpoint. It's a very different story. But the movie as its own thing, I do have kind of like a guilty pleasure for. It's got some decent cinematography. It uses some of my favorite songs from the games. It captures, yeah, a lot of the atmosphere for a lot of shots and sets. So like there are aspects of the first movie that make it like enjoyable in the way that I like really bad B movies. You know, I like low budget bad B horror movies. And the first Silent Hill movie kind of feels like a B horror movie that had like a little bit more budget to do some cool costumes and cool sets. And from that standpoint, it's pretty cool. I don't like the movie just because there's a lot of fans who watch the movie and think, oh, now I know the story of Silent Hill, because the games are completely different. But yeah, as an adaptation, it's not accurate. It's not faithful. But on its own, as an entertaining piece of media, it's pretty good. It's not great, but it's okay. It definitely entertains me. I'm like, damn, they got this guy in a Pyramid Head costume ripping this girl's skin off and throwing it at a church door. So part of my brain is like, why is Pyramid Head here? And then the other part of my brain is like, damn, that's metal as fuck. So, yeah. It's, I would say guilty pleasure. So it is Christoph doing the Silent Hill 2 movie. So if it's at least as good as the first movie, I'll be entertained. But a big part of what made the first movie work was the screenplay writer. because Christoph Gans needed to have his idea reined in, because he originally wanted to change stuff a lot more drastically. Originally, he didn't want to have any male characters in the entire movie, which is why Harry Mason became Rose da Silva. And the script had to be rewritten, and those rewrites and screenplay were done by Roger Avery, who is, as a human being, a huge piece of shit, but as a screenplay writer, a very talented writer. He's worked with like Quentin Tarantino on stuff, so he's really, really fucking good. And he helped make the first movie not be complete and total shit. And he's not working on the new one with Christoph. I don't know if anyone is going to be co-writing with Christoph or who it's going to be, but it's not Roger Avery. So my expectations for the new movie are not super high. I would be happy if it's at least as entertaining as the first one, but I'm not expecting much. And then there's Silent Hill Revelations, which was not Christoph Gans. And it's awful. I think, like, you know what's frustrating about Silent Hill Revelations? The casting is good. Like, they got some decent people, good actors to represent characters in Revelations. I think the actress who was playing Heather kind of looked the part. I think if they would have actually kept Kit Harington as Vincent in Silent Hill 3, like if it was more true to the Silent Hill 3 story and Vincent was still his same character instead of being the weird incestuous love interest, I think Kit Harington could have played a good Vincent. The actor who plays Douglas, yeah, Rachel, is like, I think, great casting for Douglas. Me and Rachel rewatched this a couple weeks ago, so this is relatively fresh. And we were talking about this throughout our whole time rewatching the movie, where we're like, the casting in this is so fucking good. It's a shame that the script and the cinematography and the special effects and basically everything else about it is so fucking bad. Because the casting's pretty good, but nothing else about it, like, fits. Nothing else about it is done well or right. It's like, oh man, if you would have had, like, so in the first Silent Hill movie, you get like these practical effects. The nurses and Pyramid Head, yeah, they're not supposed to be there. We just got to put that to the side of our mind. Think about the actual practical effects of it. It's real makeup and prosthetics and practical effects with dancers and contortionists and, you know, people playing those parts. If they would have done the same thing for Revelations, when you get to like Leonard Wolf, if you would have had Silent Hill 3 giant monster in the water Leonard Wolf just with a voice by Malcolm McDowell, I can absolutely hear Malcolm McDowell reading Leonard's lines from Silent Hill 3. Like, I can totally hear that in his voice. Did Silent Hill Revelations do that? Nope. Just put some white contacts in his eyes that almost blinded him, by the way, because they didn't put them on properly. They used cheap contacts that stuck to his fucking eyeballs. They stick him in a fucking room where you barely see him anyway. and then he's gone. And they fucked up his eyes for like 20 seconds of screen time. Fuck Revelations. Fuck that movie. Like, it could have been really good. They would have had a big monster suit, a big practical monster suit, a Leonard popping up out of the water, and Malcolm McDowell's voice coming out of it. You unbeliever! You tricked me! I'm the protector of the seal! That would have been fucking great. They didn't do that. They didn't fucking do that. Stop. I'm trying to explore Alchemilla's basement, where we're going to find evidence of Alessa having been cared for down here. All these bloody tables and gurneys, along with this bloody VHS tape. We're going to need to go back to the second floor, or excuse me, to room 302, and use that VCR to try and watch this tape. Jump scare room. Just the sound of smashing glass. Is Silent Hill 1 getting a remake along with Silent Hill 2? Nope. Not that has been announced anyway. I imagine if Silent Hill 2 remake sells well, there's potential that they might remake 1. But no. No news of a Silent Hill 1 remake. As of now.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
So we find Alessa's room, and Alessa was here. Dahlia, we're going to come to find, has already collected Alessa's physical body. She's wheeling her around in a wheelchair, or at the very least has taken her back to the basement of the Gillespie home, which we'll get to later. Alessa. Got our examination room key. A bed. What's it doing here? Who would sleep in a bed? Jammed. Give it a kick. And see there's another wheelchair back here. Evidence that they've been wheeling Alessa around from room to room. Since she's too badly burned to really be moved any other way. Hey, Crimson. Hope you're doing well today. There's a bottle filled with some kind of drug. Better leave it. Must be on drugs. Saw it in theaters. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When Silent Hill Revelations came out, I saw it in theaters. Me and some friends went to see it in fucking IMAX 3D. Let me tell you, the 3D doesn't help. Doesn't make it any better. Those effects are fucking terrible. Um, 302. Whoops. Just gonna jump around between loading screens until I get where I'm trying to go. Here we go. 302. Every movie released in the early 2010s was in fucking 3D. Well, I can also specifically remember, you're not wrong. I can remember going and seeing so many 3D movies around that era. And the other one that stands out in my mind, I don't remember exactly which one it was. One of the Saw movies. I think it was Saw 6? Saw 7? One of the Saw movies was around the same time, where it was a bunch of gimmicky 3D stuff. Alright, let's watch this VHS tape. Well, that certainly was a weird porno. But it'll do. The VCR seems broken. It doesn't play. It only works once. And then the VCR died. And luckily didn't eat the tape. How's that for not accurate to realism? Usually when a VCR fucking dies, it eats the tape. You're not getting that tape back. But it gives us a little glimpse. We get some very messed up audio segments of Lisa, who now we're going to go and meet. For the first time. Nothing unusual. Just a doctor with a horrible parasite coming out of its back, trying to stab me with a scalpel. Otherwise, nothing unusual.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old.
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
And there we have Dahlia. Very similar to meeting her in the Balkan Church. She kind of gives you some not true information, but still kind of points you in the right direction. Very casually during that conversation, just drops this key, sets this key down on the desk, the antique shop key. Very easy to miss if you're not paying attention. And I know so many people who have played this game for the first time who get stuck and don't know where to go after this, just because they forget to pick up this key. But you have Dahlia mentioning, you know, the crest all over the ground, mentioning the seal of Metatron. It's, again, sort of giving this implication that Alessa is bad, that she's evil, when in reality she is not. She's trying to not let this ritual take place. She's trying to keep the other world from spreading any more than it already has. She's actively fighting against what's going on, as much as she can anyway. There are phones and phone books. I'll copy the location of the antique shop to the map. Is that what you're talking about, Kabi-sama? Recently learned about the phone books in the entry hall here? Yeah. Similar to leaving Midwich, where you can examine the note and find Kay Gordon's house and have it marked on the map. Yeah, you can examine the phone book here, since you have the key with the antique shop tag on it. And Harry will mark the location down, but very easy to miss. That's the thing, is like, there are lots of things to try to keep the player from getting too turned around and lost, to kind of keep them going from point to point, and mark their map and give clues as to, like, kind of draw your attention naturally to explore certain places. But if you don't spend a decent amount of time, like, looking around and examining everything, it's super easy to miss all of these things. And we get one of the most unsettling ambient tracks in the game. I don't even know if you can technically call it ambient. It's not quite dentist drill, but it's not far off either. Rain has picked up. Again, we've got some really bad weather rolling through the area, so if the stream suddenly goes out, my internet could go out, my power could go out. Hopefully the weather's not too terrible to make that happen, but we'll see. If everything dies suddenly, then we'll do this again some other day. Got some more references over here. Portishead posters, very similar to the ones we find in the diner in the very beginning of the game. Of course, Portishead, a very influential band to Akira Yamaoka when working on this soundtrack. Whoever this hype beast man is, this hype man, it's just whatever this is a reference to. It's just a picture of someone's face. And it says hype. Mushnik's Florist. Reference to Little Shop of Horrors. And even has signs on the door. Look at the fantastic new plant, Audrey Jr., which is from the original Little Shop of Horrors, not the Rick Moranis musical remake. More Stephen King direct references. We've already seen Stephen King himself, just a picture of him holding a shotgun looking crazy, saying "study damn it" in the diner. Posters for Pet Sematary, Red Rum from The Shining written on a wall. We've seen a whole bunch of Stephen King references, and here's yet another one. It's a movie poster for Carrie. Which definitely influenced the story of this game when it comes to Alessa being this abused girl with psychic powers and overbearing religious mother. Definitely a lot of parallels to Carrie with Alessa's character. And here we have Dahlia Gillespie's Antique Shop. None of this stuff is of any use. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. Do you want to push the cabinet? Push it.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The the phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air. What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're just tired. You were in a car accident, and now you're talking and not making any sense, at least from Sybil's point of view. Right after she got done talking about drugs. No need to go back. Nobody in there but Sybil. Stinky old Sybil. Very sexist of Harry. Yeah, she's a trained, seasoned police officer. Harry's like, no. I'm going. Sybil's just like, okay, sure. You're talking crazy. You've got a gun that I gave you. You just go do your thing. I'll watch your six.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Maybe this is the other church. Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. And this image very much resembles the final boss of the game. And this powder left in the chalice most likely White Claudia. That peculiar plant. Also an axe. Because why not? Small one-hand axe, moderately effective as a weapon. Look at them combos. It's like fucking nightmare creatures. Anyone ever play that game? Some graffiti on the wall here. No God. Pretty vague. Wonder what that could mean. Right next to this portrait of something being worshipped.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
Harry.
Now we're in this sort of dreamlike filter.
Then I'm in the hospital?
While we talk to Lisa again.
You were having a bad dream.
More implications that Lisa is not real.
Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Then Harry wakes up from that dreamlike state.
Was that another dream?
In the other world.
Did I pass out again?
I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. Could have had a car accident, and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. So we need to get back to Lisa, back to the hospital. We're once again in a safe place, no monsters, and there's a save point and everything, with a seal of Metatron present. Again, showing that these are not the mark of Samael. These are protective seals that Alessa is placing around in order to try to prevent the other world from spreading. But as her powers are getting weaker, we're going to start seeing creatures even in areas where there is a seal of Metatron present. Stargarden, where is Harry pulling this information? So, like I mentioned, with Lisa not being real, there was a real Lisa, but she's already dead by the time Harry gets to Silent Hill. So the Lisa that we're seeing and interacting with, there's a reason we only see her in the other world or in these dream states, because she is a manifestation. She's being projected by Alessa, based on Alessa's memories of Lisa. Lisa was one of the only people, literally the only person, who actually cared for Alessa and, meant well towards her. But even Lisa was too freaked out by all the weird stuff that was going on. So by that point, she wanted to quit. She wanted to leave Alchemilla Hospital. And of course, Kaufman couldn't let her do that because she knew too much about the cult and about Alessa. So he most likely induced a drug overdose because he had gotten Lisa addicted to the PTV drug. And he induced a drug overdose in order to kill her. We find out more information about that when we get Lisa's diary and stuff later on. But yeah, this information that we're getting is essentially Alessa talking through Lisa in order to guide Harry. Give him information and help him get to where he needs to be and what he needs to do in order to help Alessa stop Dahlia and the cult's ritual. And in the speed run, you can actually skip a pretty large section of the game here by going out of bounds. If you can get this romper enemy to attack you and knock you back into the loading zone for this stairwell, it can push you out of bounds, and you can basically run straight to Alchemilla Hospital without having to go through the Silent Hill town center, the mall. But we're not going to be doing that, because then we miss cool stuff that we can talk about. But it is a really interesting out-of-bounds glitch. If any of you have ever watched me do speedruns of this game, you've probably seen me failing this clip because it's very hard to do over and over, and then eventually getting it after I lose a bunch of time on the run. It's a nasty glitch. It's unfortunately really hard to and somewhat inconsistent to get done, because you're kind of relying on enemy AI and positions that randomly differ each time you enter and exit that stairwell. So, and it's just very precise where you have to stand when you get pounced. There's a lot that goes into it. It's a frustrating glitch, and it can be very costly if you don't get it within, like, pretty much the first try. And Just Cats is such a popular store in Silent Hill. There's 2 locations. There's a location right around the corner from Alchemilla Hospital, and then there's this location in the mall. Another Just Cats sign up there. Right across from the Vestal Gigastore. Any fellow boomers remember, well, first of all, remember malls. Second of all, Virgin Megastores, which the Vestal Gigastore is very much a play on, a parody of. Nothing unusual.
Daddy, help me. Please, where are you?
Cheryl!
So we're seeing symbols that represent Olympian spirits. And we're going to also see them intercut with pictures of Alessa. There they are. The seal of Metatron. So again, Alessa is using that image of Cheryl to sort of lead Harry along. She needs his help, and this is one of her only ways to sort of manipulate Harry into helping her. And we're going to see these symbols, these Olympian spirits, referenced later on in the game. And let me just reading from Wikipedia. The Olympian spirits, or Olympic spirits, refers to 7, sometimes 14, spirits mentioned in several Renaissance and post-Renaissance books of ritual magic, ceremonial magic, etc. So it's from real-world ritual magic books from the Renaissance. And the 7 main Olympian spirits are Eratron, Bethor, Phaleg, Ok, Haggith, Ophiel, and Ful, which we see 5 out of those 7 symbols and names referenced in the very end of Silent Hill 1. When you're unlocking all the different doors in Nowhere, those doors have those symbols of the Olympic spirits and their names written on them. So it's a reference to real-world ritual magic books from the Renaissance period and the 7 Olympian spirits. Why does Claudia say the seal is just junk? Because the seal only has power in the hands of somebody who is a believer. Like, the spiritual power that surrounds Silent Hill takes what's in your mind and makes it real. So if you have a whole bunch of cultists who believe that they can birth this god that looks like Baphomet and will essentially kill everyone and take them all to paradise, etc., etc. If you have a bunch of cultists who believe that, the spiritual power takes that from their minds and makes it real. So if you have somebody who believes in what the Seal of Metatron does, it will do something. Heather does not. So as far as Heather's concerned, and even as far as Claudia is concerned, because she has a very different perspective when it comes to the cult's beliefs, which is why she butted heads with her father, Leonard Wolf. So for them, it had no power. First aid kit. We revisit this antique store later on in Nowhere at the end of the game as well. What does the Halo of the Sun do? We will talk about that next week when we play Silent Hill 3, because it's not in this game. You can see some smaller versions of the Twin Feeler boss munching away on this corpse over here. And if you... it's hard to get on just the right pixel. If you get close enough without triggering falling through, you can actually shoot them. Really cool boss design here. Just having this enemy that's made to burrow and pop up out of the ground, but then the metal grating that broke and gave way and fell down here with you is used as a platform where the boss can't burrow under the ground. So it gives you an opportunity to get some shots off on it. Really great, interesting boss design where it makes it so you can kind of brute force it. It's lenient enough, but it's also designed to sort of like give you this bit of advantage if you're smart about it. Always wondered what the antique store has to do with Alessa to appear in nowhere. The antique store is owned by Dahlia Gillespie and is a cover for Dahlia's place of worship, the Other Altar, the Other Church. There we go. Dead. Dedge. Come over here. I want to grab this hunting rifle. And the Twin Feeler is not dead, actually. It escapes. And it's just going to go be a Pokemon and evolve into a new form. And that'll be the next boss. God, the Otherworld version of the Air Screamers. I like how they make a unique noise when they die. They've got a unique look as well. They're different from the standard Air Screamers. Their heads look like they're made out of like worms. Same for the dogs that we're gonna see in a little bit. And of course, I have to talk about this effect. So this is 1999 on the PlayStation 1. And we've got rain falling and reacting differently to the texture that it hits on the ground based on what the texture is. So when the rain hits the dirt, you can see the little wet spot in the dirt appear and then fade away like it's being, you know, absorbed into the dry dirt. Then on the road, you can see it hitting the road and forming puddles and splashing and leaving those little like splash marks in the puddles. And then right a few steps away while all this is happening, it's also dripping onto these metal grates where you can see it gathering on the bottom of the metal and then dripping off. Crazy amount of rain detail, especially for a PS1 game back in 1999. And I should point out that is a much more dynamic rain effect than any of the rain effects that we get in Silent Hill Downpour, the Silent Hill game that is entirely themed around rain. And came out 13 years later. And the PS1 game has more attention to the detail of the rain. We gotta spend some ammo, which I'm actually running kind of low on. This is why I typically do a lot of these story playthroughs on easy, so we don't have to worry about this quite so much. Because I just want to clear out these enemies in order to show off some celebrity cameos, some of my favorite references to things in the Silent Hill games. So this is the theater, the Silent Hill Theater, and up there at the very top middle of the screen you can see the billboard for one of the movies being shown in the Silent Hill Theater. It's just called Shoot, but the picture of the man on the billboard is Indiana Jones. It's literally the cover of Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's Harrison Ford in Silent Hill 1. For Shoot. And on the opposite side is another movie. It's very difficult to see the full title of it without cam hacks, but the full title is Crusher Dan, and that is Die Hard 2. So Bruce Willis and Harrison Ford are both here in Silent Hill, starring in Crusher Dan and Shoot. There's also another movie, this billboard here in the middle, which says Ezekiel, but I've never been able to figure out what that is a picture of in the background. I'm sure if the other two are taken straight from movie covers that exist, this one most likely is as well, but I've never found anything online that exactly matches what it's supposed to be, and I've never found anything myself as to what it's supposed to be, so I'm not sure what the Ezekiel movie billboard there is supposed to be, but yeah, the other two are a lot more clear. Bruce Willis with some hair, some MS Paint hair on Bruce, but that's definitely Die Hard 2 and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Do you know why the jewelry shop appears in nowhere? Maybe Alessa went there at some point and remembers that specific shop. I don't know. Not sure why it's like significant enough to show up in nowhere. It's one of those things where there might be a definitive lore appropriate reason for it to be there, or maybe it was just the devs wanted to make nowhere weird and confusing, so they mashed together lots of these different environments and things together in strange ways, and they just included the jewelry store because it's a small room that could easily kind of be isolated and added in to nowhere. So it could have a lore reason. It could be more of a technical thing. Nothing I know off the top of my head though. There's a reference, Hobby America, which is actually a website and a series of magazines and stuff called Hobby Japan that this logo is based on. And from what I understand, Hobby Japan featured a lot of like model kits, like buildable models and stuff like that, which we all know. Well, a lot of us know if you follow Masahiro Ito on Twitter. He's a big fan of kit bashing and model kits and building like tanks and armor mechs and stuff like that, building and painting models. So maybe a little reference there. Very possible Ito was a fan. He's a 40K nerd. I don't think he's ever mentioned 40K, but I'm sure he's probably used some 40K parts at some point for some of his models, because he just kind of gets lots of stuff that he mashes together and makes cool robots out of. Damn, can't go back in the police. Out of rifle ammo. No, only 5 shots in the shotgun. 10 shots in there. It's hammer time. It's hammer time. I'm like, I know you can go in the police station. We just got to go through the other door. Here we go. Rifle shells, handgun bullets. Exactly what we need. Oops. So a little bit more ammo there. Leave me alone. Leave us both the hell alone. Made it. Made it back to Alchemilla. So let's go talk to Lisa.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, Can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
So we get a lot more information there with Lisa. Once again, we only seem to interact with Lisa in the other world through these sort of dreamlike sequences. She makes this mention of not feeling like she can leave. She's stuck here. And essentially, she's very comparable as a manifestation to Maria in Silent Hill 2 in a lot of ways. She's kind of the precursor, where it's literally the memories of a dead woman sort of brought back to life. And Lisa is slowly regaining those memories of having died. So as she starts recalling this information, she's sort of realizing that she's a manifestation. And we get her dialogue mentioning this closer to the end of the game, when she sort of has her realization that she's just like the others. Yo, what's up here, Amy? Oh, damn, I done missed damn near the whole thing. God damn it. Only the first 5 hours. We still have like 5 more hours to go. Actually, not really. There's not too much left. I mean, there's still a decent chunk of game left and a lot to talk about, but it's not going to be as long of a playthrough as I initially thought. We're cruising. We're cruising on through. Oh, we do not have a lot of ammo for fighting Big Mothy. So we're just going to use our hammer and our giant pile of health items. I love this music. Hey, glitched in the system. Ever play Silent Hill Origins? Yes. Welcome to the stream. I'm Nub Zombie. I have been a huge fan of the Silent Hill series since 1999 when this game first came out. I've been streaming Silent Hill basically full-time since 2015. I speedrun, do in-depth story playthroughs, challenge runs, and all sorts of content on all of the Silent Hill games. Everything, even stuff like the Pachi slot, or PT, or the play novel, or the arcade game. And yes, of course, Origins, all the mainline games. all that stuff. So welcome to the stream. We're going to fight this gigantic fucking moth that just came out of nowhere. This is the twin feeler that we were fighting earlier. It has evolved. And it is now fucking Mothra. Good news, we can outstrafe it. Yeah, even Book of Memories. We play Book of Memories almost every Monday. Almost every Monday. Book of Memories almost done. We are about 100 zones away from 500. So, not really, but we're getting there. It's still going to take fucking forever to do those last 100 zones. Got him. You have a great narrator's voice. Maybe try narrating a horror novel or two. I have thought about doing... I've been streaming on Twitch since 2011, and I've, for many, many, many years, considered just reading horror novels, reading books and stuff. But it's kind of a gray area on Twitch, because you still have to have written permission to read something, or it has to be public domain. Otherwise, you can absolutely still get copyright stricken, just like you would if you were playing licensed music or watching like a licensed movie. So some stuff I could probably do. I think like Edgar Allan Poe and Lovecraft, yeah, stuff like that is public domain. I think even that I'd have to double check, because sometimes those things leave public domain and get bought up and the rights get owned by whoever, you know. But it's kind of a weird thing. Holy crap, you read my mind? As said, this is something that I've been thinking about for a long time and just never really followed through with. Hey, this must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. So we actually stopped off at the waterworks at the very beginning of the game when we were on our way to Midwich, just to show this kind of locked door. It's locked. The lock is worn out. May be able to break it if I hit it hard. And we're going to hit it really hard. And we're going to hit it with the knife. Because look at this booty shake. Read Silent Hill fanfiction? That would get me banned for entirely different reasons than copyright. And time for sewers. There's very little for me to say about the sewers. And it's one of the reasons why Silent Hill 1 is not higher up on my personal ranking of the Silent Hill games. I still absolutely love this game. But every time I get to this part, I'm always like, God, it's the fucking sewers. It's a bunch of sewers that look exactly the same. And I mean, it's a good, creepy, green, moldy area with some unique enemies. They at least give us some interesting creatures in here. They look like Reptile from the original Mortal Kombat movie. Like 1990s CG Reptile. But yeah, it's just basically a bunch of dead ends that all look very similar, with only one real way to go to progress. And I think it's just kind of... A lot of video games, especially of this era, can easily pad out their games without doing too much in the way of like environmental graphics, by doing a lot of repeated textures for sewers. So I feel like this is just sort of a pad out the game, sort of separate the first chunk of the game from the second chunk of the game. Shelby, thank you so much for the $25 tip. That is super generous of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Jen. The reptile here looks like the Area 51 aliens from Deus Ex 1. Yeah, kinda. I can see that too. For me, like, even as a kid, I loved the fucking original Mortal Kombat movie. Was a huge fan of the Mortal Kombat games. Still am to a lesser degree, like, but I was super into it as a kid. You gotta understand, Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2, like that sort of era. Wow. I can't begin to explain how big of a phenomenon Mortal Kombat was. Like, everybody knew about it. It was such a huge thing. And so many people I know who saw that first Mortal Kombat movie. So yeah, as a kid, I loved that movie. And seeing the Scratchers, that's what the lizard creatures are called in this game, just made me think of Reptile when he's in his CG lizard form. Sewer key. You were the coolest kid ever if you could pull off a fatality in Mortal Kombat back in the day. Man, there were so many cool things like that, and all these weird things. I remember people talking about smoke, and everyone being like, oh, that's bullshit, you know, you're making shit up. Because there were so many, like, gaming rumors and stuff that were complete bullshit back in the day. And then you'd hear stuff like that from, you know, kid on the playground or whatever. And then stuff would turn out to be real. And then there was so much in Mortal Kombat 3 when I can remember playing Mortal Kombat 3 and it had the combat codes where you would push buttons to change the code on, like, after the character select screen. There was like 3 buttons on player 1 side and player 2 side for 6 characters, like 6 symbols total. And if you put in the right combination of symbols, it would make different things happen. Sometimes it would change your characters, it would make your characters randomize, it would give you particular stages, it would make your heads be giant, it would give you automatic fatalities. There was a ton of different effects that you could get from those things, and I can remember finding different ones and, like, sharing them with friends. Like, friends would come over and play and be like, oh, did you know about this code that makes this happen? You know, all that sort of stuff. Man, Mortal Kombat was a fucking crazy big phenomenon that I was really, really big into at that time. Which, over the years, I've definitely, when it comes to fighting games, I've become much more of a Street Fighter fan, and King of Fighters and Guilty Gear. Like, those are kind of like the big three for me. Street Fighter, KOF, Guilty Gear. Everything else kind of secondary. Like, a lot of stuff that I still very much like. But those became the fighting games that I really play a lot. Like, I used to play tournaments and stuff for Street Fighter and KOF up until around, like, from 2008 up until 2012, 2013. And there's DeRabbit Ducky in chat. You must defeat Shenlong to win. Ducky always shows up if I start talking fighting games. It's actually how me and Ducky met. I was at a fighting game tournament in Houston, in Texas. And I had entered into Street Fighter and some other games for a fighting game tournament. And all of those tournaments were being held on 360. So my fight stick at the time was a 360 only fight stick. And they were going to do a side tournament for Skullgirls. And this was before Skullgirls had even come out. So this was like a beta version, like an early version of Skullgirls that they were going to do as this side tournament, but it was only on PS3. And DeRabbit Ducky was there as a fight stick modder who was doing repairs and making mods to people's fight sticks right there during the tournament. So Ducky hooked me up and modded my 360 fight stick to work on PS3 so that I could play in the Skullgirls tournament. And we became good friends. We met and talked at several other tournaments, and then Ducky wound up hanging out with me all the time. Practically was an employee at Game Over Video Games without being on payroll for several of the years while I was working there. And we did like weekly fighting game nights at my video game store, Game Over Video Games. It was good times. That sounds nice. It was. But Ducky is a great dude. And also streams on Twitch. So I need to get used to Twitch letting you do this now. Yeah. You can just click that button and go follow Ducky. Ducky's awesome. By the way, is Silent Hill 1 running an OG hardware or enjoying the original look on emulator? Neither. This is the official PlayStation Store digital version of Silent Hill 1 being played on PSTV. And if you don't know what PSTV is, it's basically a PlayStation Vita that is a console instead of a handheld. It's just the guts of a Vita that you hook up to a monitor and plug in a controller. So this is essentially if you had a Vita and went on the PlayStation Store and bought Silent Hill 1, this is what you would get. And it is very, very close to the OG PS1 version. Sounds like the most unusual way to play Silent Hill 1. There's definitely weirder ways to play this game, but this is a really solid way to play it. Because the thing is, like, you can play this on PlayStation 3 as well. Same way, the digital version on the PlayStation Store. But if you play it on PlayStation 3, PS3's hardware and software for PlayStation 1 games is not as good as the Vita or the PSTV. So there are audio glitches and some other issues. Some of the ending music doesn't play if you play this on PS3. So that winds up becoming a big issue. But it runs very, very well on the Vita or on the PSTV. It's the same thing, essentially. Where you don't get those audio glitches or anything. And better yet, the PSTV has HDMI out. So it means I can very easily capture it with my capture card in good high quality, rather than trying to hook up like $1,000 RetroTink or whatever for capturing from a PlayStation 1 or a PlayStation 2, or getting my hands on a backwards compatible with physical discs PS3, because those are hard to get these days and expensive when you can. But this is actually like a nice way for playing it, streaming it, capturing it. First time you heard of a PSTV? I don't blame you. They weren't very well advertised or received. The Vita in general was not, like, very successful, so a console version, not portable version of the Vita, you can imagine, was even less of a success. But they're actually really, really neat. They're actually really cool little devices. You can do a lot with them.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
That was a very unbelievable sounding no. I don't believe you. Which means I think that's a good line delivery. I like a lot of Kaufman's lines. Even if the voice acting is not great, I think it's effective. You definitely get the sense Kaufman is lying. Yeah, the military rescue squad. Any minute now, they're going to swoop right in, save Silent Hill. That's going to be Silent Hill Townfall. It's going to be an action shooter where you're the military rescue squad that Kaufman called. Can you imagine? Sorry, I'm eating my dinner while I stream. Looks like it's full of stuff. Got a Kaufman key. Got a receipt. A 3 is written on the tag. The key was thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. And a receipt from the general store, thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. Name of the store is The Indian Runner, and it's got 0473 written on it. So this is all the optional side quest, essentially, for Silent Hill 1, but this is necessary if you're going for the good plus ending. Health drinks. And head over to the general store. Yeah, exactly. And then it's just Resident Evil. We send in Chris Redfield. Shows up with a rocket launcher. Let's take a look at that again. 0473 for our number lock. There's some more optional stuff that you can do here. Some rifle shells. Another health drink. Some stuff definitely make it a little worth your while. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. So, the woman is most likely a cultist, possibly Dahlia herself. He came by, most likely Kaufman. So, Kaufman and Dahlia sort of passing packages back and forth via this shop, the Indian Runner. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's, too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore. But I'm getting creeped out even more than before. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. So Norman's is this motel, Norman's grand opening, reference to Psycho, Norman Bates. Three loaves of bread, 3 cartons of milk, 2 dozen eggs, delivered to backdoor daily at 8 a.m., rear entrance code 0886, Norman Young. We've got our number to go and get into Norman's motel. But there's one more optional thing here. You can get a safe key. Open up the safe under the counter, and inside, drugs. Drugs. 3 whole bags of mysterious white drugs. And Harry doesn't take them. He doesn't say anything else about them. But you have to read these extra notes and find these extra bags of drugs in order to read the next few bits of lore. This is another part of those sequential notes that I was talking about earlier, where there's a lot of things in this game that Harry will not examine unless he has a reason in the game to examine it. So the first example of that is a book that you find in Midwich called The Monster Lurks. If you read the writing on the bathroom wall that says The Monster Lurks, the name of the book, then Harry will read the book when he comes across it. If you don't read that writing on the wall, and try to read the book, Harry will just be like, it's a book, it's not important, and he doesn't read it. So same thing with this newspaper and some of the notes that we find in here. If we don't go look at all this other information, the police station mentioning the drugs and Officer Gucci, the clipped out newspaper in Alchemilla Hospital, the drugs in the safe, and the journal at the Indian Runner. We have to read all of that stuff, examine all that stuff in order to read this newspaper. Also, there are Playboy covers on these magazines in this PlayStation 1 game. That magazine, directly underneath this newspaper article that we're looking at, that's a naked lady. What are you doing, Silent Hill 1? Sneaking these things into these games? These mature rated games for adults? Putting booties in there. Is that a real Playboy cover? It is. And there's also another Playboy image on the wall next to this newspaper. It's the same date as the one in the hospital. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers still at large. So a lot of people mistakenly refer to the drugs in Silent Hill 1 as White Claudia. But White Claudia is just the raw material. That is just the flower. It's processed into drugs known as PTV. And I mentioned a band earlier called Throbbing Gristle, which was led by a musician named Genesis P. Orridge. And they ran a weird show, visual theater of the mind thing, weird program called Psychic TV. And Psychic TV is where PTV comes from. We're actually going to see some boxes in nowhere near the end of the game that say Psychic TV across the side of them. So another little reference to Genesis P. Orridge and the band Throbbing Gristle, a really good experimental industrial band that was very influential to Akira Yamaoka. Ting Wolf. I like that we're still Ting Wolf. Thank you so much for the $15. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you're ready for some Korean barbecue this weekend, because I am. I'm so ready. Justice for Danny. But yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Suspicious deaths continue. Like the anti-drug mayor, a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure of unknown origin. So that narcotics officer is Officer Gucci, who died of an unknown sudden heart failure. But we learn that he's not the only one. The anti-drug mayor also. So then there was Lisa, who, died under mysterious circumstances. This was essentially Michael Kaufman's way of getting rid of people who were trying to get too close. They knew too much. Anti-drug mayor, narcotics officers, people getting too close to his whole drug running operation. Force them to overdose on White Claudia, giving them sudden heart attacks, heart failures. But there we go. Some more information. Oh yeah, and talking about those Playboy images. Here's the other one on the wall. A poster's on the wall. Don't look at that now, though. You better stop it. Stop looking at those pixels. Got a magnet on a string. Long, thin magnetic rod with a string attached. Definitely going to need that. Harry just knows this is important. Put it in the pocket. Realistically, how do you figure Kaufman force-fed them White Claudia? I mean, it's a powder, so technically you could put it in like food and drink. Blow it in somebody's face. You could rig up. If you go by Silent Hill Origins, you could rig up an entire Egyptian tomb with crazy drug powder gas that just comes out of the floors and drugs Travis Grady and makes him fist fight Satan. Origins is fucking stupid. We'll get to that another day. I've done plenty of playthroughs of Origins where I've explained my feelings on it, but anytime I bring it up, it's just like, that game's fucking stupid. An old motorcycle. Looks like it's been sitting here for years. That's weird. The dust is wiped away just around the gas tank cap. But we'll be back for that later. Another note here that you cannot read if you don't read the other journals and stuff in the Indian Runner. September 10th. Took package. Told to sit on it a while. Don't want to get involved, but can't disobey. He's probably linked to the death of the mayor and others. So other people were getting suspicious of Kaufman as well, but were kind of too scared to really say or do anything about it. Just kind of showing the influence that Kaufman and the cult have on the town. How much control they have over what's going on. There's a guest register. Nothing special written here. Origins sucks ass, but the soundtrack is lovely. I mean, it's still Akira Yamaoka. Even Yamaoka at his worst and laziest is really fucking good music. Not to say that Origins is, like, particularly lazy. A few tracks are more minimal, but it's still very much good Akira Yamaoka music. There's room number 3. Use our Kaufman key to get inside. They use this poster to kind of draw your eye to the shelf here, showing that there's kind of something behind it, that it can be moved. I don't know how much it costs to stay in one of these rooms in this motel, but it better be dirt fucking cheap, considering there's no toilet. You don't get a toilet in your room. I guess you gotta shit in the shower. Stomp it down the drain. Nobody inside. There's a crack. Something glints inside. The crack is too small to reach in. Good thing we picked up that magnet on a string. That gives us our motorcycle key. Use the motorcycle key, and we will find a small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. So this is our actual bottle of Aglaophytus. This is Kaufman's real ace in the hole. He left a decoy bottle in his office for Dahlia Gillespie to find and smash, which is the one that we find in his office the first time through Alchemilla Hospital, where we got our Aglaophytus, was left over from that broken bottle in his office. But he left that there intentionally for Dahlia to find and break so that she would think Kaufman doesn't have a way to interfere with the birthing of the god ritual. But Kaufman secretly kept this bottle hidden right here in this motorcycle.
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
That guy's gotta be involved in the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed, and in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. Guess I wasted my time. Better hurry. I'm worried about Cheryl. So that dialogue changes. If you don't read all these optional notes about the drug, background, Harry says completely different dialogue during that scene. Well, the spoken lines are the same, but the text-based dialogue after the conversation, when Harry's kind of talking to himself, that dialogue will completely change based on how many notes you've read up to this point. If you've only seen one or two of the drug notes and not all of them, Harry will assume that there's drugs in that bottle, rather than just saying that guy's involved in the local drug racket. If you don't read any of those optional notes, Harry is just like, man, he was pissed. I guess I wasted my time. Like, he doesn't say anything about the drugs. So, really, really interesting how the dialogue will change based on how many things you've examined up to this point. But now we are partway set up for the good plus ending. The other thing we need to do for the good plus ending is not kill Sybil. But first we gotta make our way to the lighthouse.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
Oh. Not again. No, this time it feels different. Rather than shifting from reality to a nightmare, this is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling. Like something bad will happen. No doubt something terrible is going on. The dialogue was voiced. So the trade demo of Silent Hill 1, despite being called a demo, it is a full playable version of Silent Hill 1. It was just a pre-retail release version where the final retail build tweaked and changed some things. But yeah, if you play through the trade demo version of Silent Hill 1, that dialogue where Harry talks about the drug racket, with Kaufman at the end, instead of it just being text, it is voiced by Michael Gwynn. But for some reason, that dialogue was changed to just be text instead of voice. And I wonder if that was because there's so many variations of it. They would have had to do multiple recordings for each different variation, and they just decided that was too much. Or maybe it was just an artistic choice. It's Harry's internal monologues, so maybe they thought it was more appropriate to not have him saying it out loud, even though he says stuff out loud to himself all the time up to this point. So I don't know. Don't know. But yeah, that dialogue was originally voiced, and then for the final retail version of the game, it was cut to be just text. There's a body stuck to the bulkhead. That is a large fucking body, too. And still no direct explanation as to what
Sybil.
these corpses are that we see
Harry.
pinned up all around the town.
How
Oh
did
my
you
God,
get back
Ziggy,
here?
Stop.
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried. Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the left.
Oh no. I bumped my controller trying to fucking move my cat. Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And then to the amusement park. And then Harry says, "Why? What do I do?" And Dahlia walks away, completely ignoring him. Sybil says she'll go and check the amusement park while Harry goes and checks the lighthouse. Guess you gotta start the run over from the beginning? No. It's fine. You can blame Ziggy. He's being a demon. But yeah, Idazu, to answer your question or your remark when we were talking about the saying it's expensive. Other times, re-recording in other languages are expensive, as to why they might not have, or why they might have cut that dialogue. There are no other language versions of the Silent Hill games. All of the Silent Hill games, even the Western ones, like everything, with the exception of Book of Memories, I guess. Oh, excuse me. Is only recorded in English. The voices are all the same. If you buy the Japanese version of Silent Hill or Silent Hill 2 or 3 or any of them, the Japanese versions of the games are the exact same. All of the characters speaking English, but with the subtitles in Japanese or whichever respective language. So yeah, there are no dubs. There's not multiple languages for any of the Silent Hill games, except Book of Memories, of all things. At what age did I first play Silent Hill? I was 11 years old when this game came out. Yeah, there's multiple language dubs of Book of Memories, but no other games. This is just sort of an endurance run. It's very narrow, kind of difficult to navigate passages with lots of enemies just everywhere. Think you're younger than me? I mean, you could just ask how old I am. I'm 34. I'll be 35 in January. But, yeah, still been playing these games since the first one. And even by the time I played this was not my first horror game. At 11 years old, in 1999, I had already played Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2. Alone in the Dark, Seventh Guest. I had a bunch of stuff like that on the PC. Yeah, I was already a little horror nerd. And before we get into ages and stuff, anytime age discussion comes up in chat, I gotta remind you guys, this is an 18 and up stream. Even joking about being under the age of 18, you will be banned from this chat. That's a Twitch TOS thing, and it is
too late.
A rule of the channel. Because we play mature rated games that talk about some extremely mature, difficult things, especially when we're playing like Silent Hill 2 and 3 and we're talking about incestuous sexual abuse. So yeah, 18 and up, only stream. Don't even joke about being underage. Don't give anything away saying like, I can already see stuff in chat. People saying how old they were when particular games came out. Don't do that. Let's just not do that. Sorry, we kind of started the conversation, but now it's ending.
Sybil hasn't come back. That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
That's stupid. Well, you can complain to Twitch, but not me. 'Cause that's just the rules we have to follow. Here we're seeing more of these seals of Metatron all throughout the city now, but before we were only seeing them in places where there was not enemies, places that were sort of safe zones. But now Alessa is getting weaker, the powers are subsiding, and even with the seals of Metatron, the other world is sort of still taking over. The sewer grate is open. Could Sybil have gotten to the amusement park from here? We get a really confusing little scene. So here's Sybil, making her way into the sewers. Something hits her on her back, and then later we see that she's possessed. She's got pretty much like one of the same slugs, possession slugs that we see on the doctors and nurses in Alchemilla. So it's like, was it one of those little parasites? Did it just pounce on her? Did fucking Dahlia throw it at her? What exactly happens there? It's so hard to tell. Dark fantasy. I'm so sorry. I saw it earlier, but it was during a cutscene and I forgot to mention it. Thank you so much for the 59 months. That is a long time of love and support. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well today. Again, sorry for the late response on that. You know how it is when we're doing the story playthroughs. It's easy to get wrapped up. But thank you. And you said, looking forward to Ecdysis' challenge, but you'll always be King of Silent Hill. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the kind words. But yeah, mark your calendars. November 19th. So not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday. I'm going to be doing some commentary over on the GDQ channel with Ecdysis. He's hosting an event called the King of Silent Hill. It's going to be multiple Silent Hill game races between a lot of really amazing runners. And we've got a bunch of good people doing commentary for those runs, myself included. So definitely on the 19th, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, check out the GDQ channel. I'll put some tweets out, and if you do look around, you can find more information. But yeah, I'll be mentioning it and stuff throughout the week and stuff. But yeah, gonna be some good races, raising money for a good cause. But yeah, thank you so much again. Hope you're doing well, Fantasy. Hey, Haiku. Lurking most of the time, but really like to listen to the streams while doing stuff. At home, love the in-depths. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams and enjoy the videos. Really, really appreciate it. King of Silent Hill, pretty hard to decide between you and Punchy. Punchy is definitely King of Silent Hill as a speedrunner. He is insanely good and definitely a much better speedrunner than I am. But I've got him beat on lore. I definitely know more lore-wise. But yeah, King of Silent Hill is a speedrunning event. I can speedrun these games okay. Definitely not as good as Punchy. So we have an option right now. We can go through the amusement park. Which there's a couple things here and there to kind of look at and talk about. Or we can do a glitch where we just skip right to the end of the Sybil fight, But it does some really interesting things with the visuals. And it's a really interesting glitch. And if you've never seen it, it's pretty funny. So do we want to kind of go the normal way? Or should we glitch it? I think since we're talking about speedrunning and the King of Silent Hill event, we should do the speedrun route, which is using the glitch. Isn't this glitch different on all platforms the game's on too? It's different from version to version. So like this glitch works on the North American version, but it does not work on the PAL version. Let's go ahead and do it. So you can use the Aglophitous on this shadow larval stalker, and this happens.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? This? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow.
So she's remembering
What was it?
her own death.
Harry, help me.
She are not quite
I'm so
remembering.
scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Lisa? Damn, what's that? That sound. From down there. It's coming from the basement. So we have Lisa sort of realizing that she's like the other puppet nurses and doctors, that she herself is also a manifestation, and she's sort of coming to terms with that. Not very well, but then again, I don't think anybody would handle finding out, oh, you're manifested, you're actually dead. You're just memories that have been sort of brought back by a spiritual power. You're not actually alive.
I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
Cheryl. Slow motion walk into the elevator. Just imagine this. Again, this game needed that remake. Like, more than Silent Hill 2. Imagine with, like, remade graphics. This bridge floating in a void with this elevator, this slow motion shot of Harry. Cheryl. And now we are in nowhere, which is just a complete chaos. It's all of these memories, all of these fragments from Alessa's mind are just sort of jumbled together in a chaotic order, where Alchemilla, Midwich, all these locations are sort of crammed together in a super nonsensical way. There's little 7-year-old Alessa. And there are, I mentioned the 7 Olympian spirits earlier when we were in the mall. It shows all of these symbols on the TV monitors. And Phaleg. All of these are references to these Olympian spirits, the 7 Olympian spirits that are taken from real-world occult ritual books written during the Renaissance. The word Ophiel is carved on the door. The word Haggith. So just some more general references to like real-world occultism. This is Team Silent kind of flexing their we looked up more than just fictional horror when it came to including these details in the world. They use a lot of real-world symbolism and iconography as well. First aid kit. None of this is any use except for these fucking shotgun shells. Give me them. And if you examine the spot where the shelf was before in the actual antique store, Harry says, just a wall. These animations, when you smack a nurse in the face with the fucking hammer and they just writhe around in pain. The fact that they have like unique animations depending on what weapon you hit them with is already kind of amazing detail, especially for the time. And then we're suddenly in Midwich. Go home, thief, drop dead. References to Alessa being bullied in school. What her classmates thought of her, what other people thought of her in general. Screwdriver and pliers. Again, this is like Otherworld Alchemilla. But then also part Midwich. With a few other areas sprinkled in here and there. Also, I've started to hate the "it was all in his head" trope that very many new horror games have. Yeah, that's a trope that's been around for a long time and is still prevalent in a lot of horror games and things like that. I will point out that that is literally the bad ending of this game. Like, if you get the worst possible ending in this game, like you don't do anything extra, the game ends with Harry died in a car crash, and apparently everything was just happening in his mind as he died. Which is kind of what Shattered Memories sort of spawns off from. Yeah, the Jacob's Ladder ending. Exactly. But there's a reason they make that the bad ending, like the worst possible ending to get. Because it is not satisfying. It's the least satisfying of any of the endings. It's a punishment for not exploring? Kind of. It's like you didn't take your time and piece together the mystery of what's going on, so you don't get a good ending to the story. You got to take your time and try to do as much extra as you can. Use the pliers and get the key of Ophiel. Here we go. We talked about this puzzle earlier. We were trying to discuss what is the hardest puzzle in Silent Hill 1. I personally still think it's the piano, the music room puzzle in Midwich, towards the beginning of the game. But this one is a pretty good contender. And originally, this puzzle was going to be much more difficult. There was a lot more involvement with, like, astrology signs from very early versions of Silent Hill 1, demos and stuff that had gone out before the game was put up for sale. There were some reviews where they mentioned this puzzle in particular, talking about how difficult it was. And then for the retail release, supposedly this puzzle kind of got a little more simplified. But yeah, a lot of people would say this was a contender for one of the more difficult puzzles, just because it's another one that can force you to kind of overthink very easily. Because you can look at all these symbols, and, you know, with certain ones, they correspond to astrological signs. Astrological. So you might start trying to think, okay, there's some sort of relevance to that, and these numbers on the walls, to try to figure out some kind of twisted logic of what those numbers are and how they correspond to these numbers that you can push, when you just need to be looking for the common theme between the numbers and the pictures, and that is limbs. So all of these pictures are set up to show how many limbs each image depicts, and also what counts as a limb. So, for example, scales, both sides count as a limb, but the stand that it's, you know, holding those two sides does not. Fish, they have tails and fins on their sides, but none of them count as limbs. So 0. So don't count tails, don't count heads. Ram, 4 limbs. So we're counting legs. We're not counting heads. We're not counting tails. We're not counting horns. Crab, 10. All 8 legs and both snippers altogether count as 10. So you just have to apply that to each of the pictures on the pillar itself. So centaur, 4 legs, 2 human arms, for a total of 6. A bull, 4 legs, and 2 people with arms and legs for a total of 8. And that gives us the Stone of Time. Nothing beats Fatal Frame's ancient kanji puzzle, though. Oh my god, the kanji puzzle. And those puzzles were different because I had both the PlayStation 2 and Xbox versions of the Fatal Frame games, and they changed those kanji puzzles between the PS2 and Xbox versions. Yeah, those puzzles, those are definitely ones that, like, I've played through the first 2 Fatal Frame games quite a few times, but yeah, I still get stuck on those. Got our Stone of Time. Can't go anywhere else here, but we've got one more puzzle to solve. Names engraved on a lithograph. The Grim Reaper's List. Yes, the head count is set up, young and old. The head count is set, young and old, lined up in order of age. Then, the pathway opens, awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. So basically, we just need to put these names and ages in order from youngest to oldest. The Grim Reaper's list. So, youngest is Albert Lords, followed by Lydia Findley, followed by Edward C. Briggs, followed by Roberta T. Morgan, and lastly, Trevor F. White. If you take the first letter of the first name from each of these names, when it's arranged in order from youngest to oldest, you get A-L-E-R-T, alert. There you go. Watch somebody play through Silent Hill 1 and 2 for the first time. Hard to believe the puzzles that gave them most trouble. They must have spent 5+ hours trying to solve the alert door. Hey, I watched Very Dave play Silent Hill 2 for the first time on Twitch. And Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. He solved the Shakespeare puzzle in Silent Hill 3 in like 30 minutes. He spent like 5 hours trying to solve the safe in the apartments, which is optional, by the way. And he didn't even solve it. He eventually got it after 5 hours on accident. And his brain broke live on stream because he was losing his mind by that point, trying to figure out this puzzle for 5 hours. It was amazing. That was one of the best things I think I've ever seen on Twitch live. In fact, we're going to make use of the Twitch shout out a lot today. Because, shout out Barry Dave. You can click that button right there in chat and follow Very Dave. He's one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. Super, super great guy. Really, really wholesome and amazing. He does a lot of variety. But, yeah, his blind first playthroughs of Silent Hill games were some of the most entertaining things I've ever seen. And a true testament as to why you should never backseat. Because if somebody would have just backseated and told him how to solve it, that moment would have been over in like 5 minutes and we would have gotten nothing funny out of it. Instead, we got 5 hours of Dave slowly driving himself insane, sounding like a crazy person, trying to solve this puzzle, only to solve it by accident. And it was amazing. Here we go. We got our final reference here to Throbbing Gristle and Genesis Peorage. And that is our Psychic TV written on these boxes. So again, Throbbing Gristle and Genesis Peorage, very influential to Akira Yamaoka when it comes to like noise, experimental, heavy, loud crashing sounds being used as music, industrial. So we get several mentions to the little references to that band. We've got an Amulet of Solomon, and it is now time for still one of the saddest moments and one of the most the conclusions to the story of one of the most tragic characters in the series. It's very close for me between like Lisa and Angela. They're both such sad, tragic characters. But yeah, really heart-wrenching scene here.
Harry?
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Lisa?
Great timing on the bits, Joanna. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the music definitely does a lot of the lifting in the scene. I agree. But that animation, that Takayoshi Sato CG animation of Lisa with the blood flowing down. Is she implying she's a monster? She's implying that she is a manifestation. She's already dead. She was essentially manifested just like the other creatures, but she managed to keep her humanity because she was one of the only people, literally the only person in the hospital who was any sort of nice or caring towards Alessa. But by the time you get to Silent Hill, the actual Lisa is already dead. Like, Kaufman has already killed her. So the Lisa we've been talking to this whole time has basically just been a manifestation from her memories and from Alessa's memories of her. But once she realizes that, she kind of ceases to exist here. There's a diary on the floor. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Masterhead, thank you for the bits. Or the single bit. Appreciate it. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me. No, it was just one bit. Masterhead, there's a space there with 2 zeros to make it look like a 100, but I can see on my alerts it's 1 bit. So thank you for the penny. I appreciate it. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me. To the hospital. Feeling bad, need to throw up. But nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
And blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
This very emotional diary reading and music. And we're getting pennies flicked at us. Thank you, Masterhead. Thank you, Account. Appreciate it. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. The bits just keep coming. Need drug. So this is where you get the inference that Lisa had been using PTV, most likely through Kaufman's influence. And eventually
Who in the hell was that?
Killed over wanting to quit and just knowing too much.
What was that?
Joanna, thank you for the bits. Masterhead, thank you for another 34 bits. Appreciate it, you guys. I legit didn't think my alerts were set up to show anything less, like no alerts under 100 bits. So I'm not even sure why a lot of these are triggering, but it is all support. It all helps me continue doing what I do here on Twitch. So thank you guys. I seriously do appreciate it. Pennies can hurt. They definitely can. Yes, literally every bit helps, Tiny Wolf. Every bit. TM. Copyright, trademark, Twitch. Alright. So we got our Stone of Time. Old clock. There's a square hole in the center of the clock. The hands of the clock is a key. Can't get to it because of the glass cover. So let's smash the glass cover with this big ass rock. There's a key of Haggoth. Go ahead and make another save. We can now get into the elevator. Let's go to the second floor. Technically, you can go straight to the third floor. There's a puzzle there that if you memorize it, you can just solve it. It's one of the few puzzles that this game will let you solve without sort of all of the logical ways to know the solution. Oh, shit. Stop. Stop. Ma'am. Ma'ams. Got a crest of Mercury. We're going around collecting these various sort of like religious and spiritual artifacts. Amulet of Solomon, also known as the Star of David. Crest of Mercury. Screwdriver. Joanna, thank you so much for another 100 bits. And another 100 to apologize for sending the other ones during the cutscene by accident. It's all good. It's all good. If it bothered me that much, I would just disable alerts for story playthroughs. Which I've done that in the past, and I might do it, but... no, that's part of doing a live stream. I appreciate all the live interaction with you guys and all of the support. Again, this literally lets me do this for a living. It's completely from all of you guys' support just by being here and enjoying what I do. Lets me keep doing this. So seriously, thank you. It is very much appreciated. Got a ring of contract. Which we are going to use, but I'm going to make sure and show off a kind of a special death scene when you don't use the ring. Come here. Come on. Twitch died for a second there. I think the Twitch servers have been janky today because I had chat disconnecting a lot earlier. So, I don't know. I think something's going on with Twitch. But I'm still live. I dropped some frames earlier, but I'm fine now. So everything should be okay if you refresh. Twitch did something? Yeah. They've kind of been weird lately. More fucked up than usual for Twitch. Use the screwdriver here. We won't be able to pick up this key just yet. There is a key, but electricity is flowing to the key. I'll get shocked if I grab it now. So eventually we'll get to turn the power off, and then we can come back and pick that up. Handgun bullets and the camera. So with that, we can now go to the 3rd floor. And there are some more sequential notes, things that we should be able to read since we've read all the other optional notes up to this point. Get a little glimpse of Alessa there, kneeling and praying at the altar. This is the same altar that we saw with the white powder in the back of the antique store. The light illuminating the darkness. So if you actually come up here and use the camera, you'll see some symbols are hidden on the painting, and if you copy those symbols into these buttons on the door, it will let you enter in. Mom Zombie continuing the sub. Thank you, Mom. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the support. And yes, chat, that is my actual mom. Say hi to Mom Zombie. You can thank her for me being here and existing. And letting me play horrifying, terrible video games when I was a small child. It's all her fault. I mean, thanks to her. There's a place mark in the book. White Claudia. So this book, Harry will not read if you haven't already found out about the drug notes and found out about the White Claudia in the police station. So we have White Claudia, perennial herb found near water, reaches height of 10 to 15 inches, oblong leaves, white blossoms. Seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. Same thing for the other side. Just copy the patterns over. Thank you, Mom. And we get our birdcage key. And you'll notice, like, the other door doesn't really have anything crucial in it. All you really need to progress is the birdcage key. So you can spend the time solving that puzzle and getting into that room. But if you haven't read the previous notes, then you can't even read that book about White Claudia. So it winds up being kind of like a useless room. Oops, I think I actually want to go to the second floor. And we can open up, here we go, this door. Unlock it from this side. We have the birdcage key now, so we can open up this. One of those just, I don't know if there's any kind of significance to it, but birdcage with a key in it, and it sounds like there's a bird flapping around, but there definitely isn't one. Just kind of an unsettling, creepy thing. Key of Phaleg. Fuck off. These larval stalkers, like, up until this point, all the little shadowy ones have not been aggressive. But now they definitely are. Oh, we gotta save. We gotta save before we do this room. Because there's an extra death scene. Kind of a special death scene that you can get here. Yeah, we gotta go leave a note for Heather really quick. So there's a chain missing a link, and it gives you the option to take a dagger of Melchior. If you choose to take the dagger and don't reunite this chain holding the doors together and try to walk away, this happens. That fucking scream. That's the scream that they use for the UFO ending as well, when Harry's getting zapped by aliens. Yeah, exactly. You get alone in the dark. And there's even a similar cutscene in Silent Hill 3, where in the sewers, a tentacle can reach up and grab Heather's leg, and instantly game overs if you get hit by it. If you don't solve the puzzle correctly. Again, we'll be doing Silent Hill 3 next week, so just pointing out a lot of these parallels, because I'll be reiterating a lot of this when we get to Silent Hill 3. Alessa's clothes. 6, maybe 7, must be a kid about that age. Girl's clothing hangs on the wall. Drawings. Child's drawings are scattered on the floor. This is one of those things that I love that they expand on with Silent Hill 3, because you visit this room. You visit a few different areas from Silent Hill 1. And all these things that Harry doesn't really have the context to talk about. He doesn't know Alessa. He doesn't know why these things are significant. Silent Hill 3, from Heather's perspective, after having regained her memories from her life as Alessa and as Cheryl, when you visit this room in Silent Hill 3, Heather has so much to say about all of these things. The clothes, the drawings, the books on the shelves. It's a really good way to, like, expand on a lot of the existing plot. Old fairy tales, picture books of animals and plants on the shelf. This is where those fairy tale elements come into play. All the puzzles and references to Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland and these sorts of things are because those are the things, the stories that were in Alessa's mind. There are a specimen of butterflies and moths hanging on the wall. which is where things like the float stinger come from, as far as being a manifestation. Nothing unusual. Cards are scattered on the floor. See the playing cards, which is one of those things that Heather expands upon when you examine them in Silent Hill 3. There's some little dolls, creepy looking dolls on the ground here. And Harry's just like, yeah, there's dolls on the floor. But Silent Hill 3, Heather, she remembers the name of one of them. Interestingly enough, its name is Scarlet. But she doesn't remember the name of the other doll. It's interesting that it's named Scarlet, considering there's a doll boss in Silent Hill Homecoming named Scarlet. Alright, so this time we're going to use the ring. The Ring of Contract. So we can safely take the dagger. And no tentacles. Such creepy imagery. Alessa just sitting there crying. This room with all of this writing. Eyes everywhere. Maybe Alessa feeling like she was constantly watched. You can see "Help Me" written on the door. Although there's a lot of weird stuff kind of written in here. It also says "help" over there. But it says "kill" right there. It says "ass." "Help Me" from The Exorcist. Very possible that that's an Exorcist reference. 999. Ma'am. Mom, maybe. Ass or 195. I think it's 999. I think it's similar to the other nines that are written here. But we get our other religious icon, an Ankh. For upside down 666. Isn't 999 also significant? Like 666 is supposed to be Satan, Mark of the Beast. But isn't 999 supposed to be like angels or something? Represent angels? It's locked. The word Bethor. Oh, is it 333? What I was thinking of. So maybe it is just supposed to be 666 upside down. Aratron. More of our Olympian spirits. What's the bad Japanese number that means death or something? 4. health drink. Any reference or mention of Alessa's dad in the game? Nope. It is never mentioned at all who is Alessa's father, and it's not even entirely confirmed that Dahlia Gillespie is her birth mother. Especially, I mean, it's definitely retconning a lot of story ideas, but Silent Hill 4 introduces the idea of the Hope House or Wish House orphanage. And it's very possible that Alessa, similar to Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4, was basically just a psychic gifted child that was adopted into the cult for her gifts and raised as Dahlia's daughter without actually being her bloodline. But yeah, just raised for the purpose of this ritual, similar to Walter. But yeah, it's never confirmed if Alessa's real mother is Dahlia or who her father is to any sort of degree. For all we know, Alessa reincarnated. Like, maybe she really was Saint Alessa from, you know, ancient, older times. And she basically is immortal. She just keeps reincarnating over and over. Jelly beans. Do you want to open the bag? Well, sure. Who wouldn't want some jelly beans? What better time to eat jelly beans than this being in this horrible nightmare hospital world? And then Harry can't even open the bag right. Looks like me trying to open stuff on our snack streams with Rachel. Just completely fucked that bag up. Jelly beans everywhere. There's a key of Bethor in it. Yeah, and there's, for anybody who didn't see it the first time around, there's Toad from the Super Mario Brothers movie. Not the movie, but the original game. He's made out of pixels. Look at his little mushroom hat and his little feet. So here we have the VCR again. Only this time, the tape is going to be much more clear than it was when we tried to watch it in Alchemilla the first time around.
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
VCR, old, but still usable. Does this let you view it multiple times?
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever.
I don't think I ever
Eyes
really...
don't open.
I can't remember the
Getting
last
a
time I
pulse,
tried using
but
this
just
again.
barely breathing. Her skin is all
Be
charred.
kind, rewind.
Even when I change
Look,
the bandages,
how
the
spooky
blood
is
and
that?
pus
It
just
plays
start
the tape
oozing
again
through.
without rewinding.
Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
What is keeping this tape rewound? The generator's working. Do you want to press the switch? Yes, I do. So this in itself is like a little puzzle, because you have to turn off the generator in order to go pick up the key that was electrified earlier. But by turning off the generator, you make the elevator stop working. So you have to find your way around nowhere so that you can unlock this door so that you can get back here to where the key is without using the elevator. But luckily we already went around and unlocked that door. We can just walk up and grab the key. And now we get some of the best voice acting in this game. So this cutscene that we're about to watch is two of the doctors that work here in Alchemilla, along with Kaufman and Dahlia, all having a conversation about what's going on with Alessa. And the two doctors, of course, it's Kaufman and Dahlia's respective voice actors, but the two doctors are voiced by Michael Gwynn, who does the voice of Harry Mason. So Harry Mason is doing a different voice and voicing one of the doctors, and the other doctor is voiced by the game's actor and director of the English actors, Harry Inaba, who did a lot of the voice direction. So Harry Inaba voices the Half the Soul is Lost doctor. And he does his best. He's not a professional voice actor. He's a professional voice actor director. So.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
So the other half of that soul is Cheryl.
But that will take time.
But that's why Harry brings Cheryl to Silent Hill in the first place. Harry thinks that Cheryl was just suggesting going to Silent Hill for a nice peaceful vacation, but she was being drawn here by Dahlia Gillespie's magical spell. Because Cheryl is the other half of Alessa's soul. They need the other half of Alessa's soul in order to draw enough power to complete their ritual. We get our final icon, holy symbol, the Disc of Ouroboros, a ring of a snake biting its own tail. That brings us to the end of Silent Hill 1. Nothing left to do but pop all of these artifacts into the door. have our final confrontation with Dahlia. And the god that she's trying to birth through Alessa. That'll teach us a lesson that if our kid wakes up screaming the name of a town, let's not go to that place for vacation. That's the movie. Not this game.
Come along. No. No, I don't want to. Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No. I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong. Mommy! Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself. Mommy?
So we see this flashback moment that Alessa's kind of showing us. Showing Dahlia's decision to go through with this ritual, to try and perform this ritual on her 7-year-old daughter, Alessa, to impregnate her with this god of the cult and have it born from her womb. But in the process, Alessa was burned, either intentionally as part of the ritual or by accident due to her psychic powers causing a boiler explosion. Technically, it's not really confirmed one way or the other throughout the game series. If you go by like Origins and the movie, it's intentional. If you go by information in this game, the newspaper clippings and things like the Monster Lurks book that you find in Midwich, it seems more like it's intended to be accidental, or not really accidental, but a side effect of Alessa's powers during her heightened state of emotion while this ritual was occurring. But either way, Alessa becomes burned. She uses the burning as an opportunity to split her soul in two and prevent the ritual from being completed. And her soul has been split for 7 years. The cult has all been waiting for 7 years for the other half of Alessa's soul, which was the baby Cheryl, who Harry has been raising for 7 years. Alessa is now 14, in case you don't know what 7 plus 7 is. So Alessa is now 14 years old. Cheryl existed for 7 years, but is now basically reunited to form Alessa again. And the god is going to be born. But it won't get a chance to be born properly, since we did help Kaufman out, and he showed up with a secret weapon. His penis.
I was shocked
I mean a
to realize
Glophatus.
the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name? Ugh!
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the Mother of God.
Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your run is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
It's my penis.
Glophitus!
I mean a
I thought I
glophitus.
got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, kept you busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
Stop it.
Huh? What the?
There's the dentist drill. Don't worry, Kaufman. Together we can defeat this... Kaufman? Kaufman? He's just fucking gone. The cutscene ends, and he's already gone. You don't even see him walk away. Fucking love it. Time to try to not die. Lightning hurts. Bit of a pro tip for Silent Hill 1. For those who don't know, there is a counter hit damage mechanic in Silent Hill 1. If you hit an enemy, or if an enemy hits you during an animation of attack, it's considered a counter hit and it does more damage. So whenever the final boss is charging up that lightning attack and it has lightning all over its body, that counts as it starting that attack. So if you're attacking it while the lightning is on it, you do more damage. So like right now, you're only doing a little bit of damage to it. But if you wait for the lightning, now you do extra damage. And that's it. That's Silent Hill 1. Enjoy the good plus ending. I'll be back after the credits to say thank you for watching. Yeah, enjoy the end.
Daddy.
Hey, look, it's Heather. It's Cheryl from Dead by Daylight. In baby form. And Harry Mason. Look at him. You don't see games today with bloopers. You didn't really see games back then with bloopers either. This is a very, like, kind of unique thing. I think that was, there's a few reasons for it. I mean, Team Silent wanted to make kind of a cinematic experience with Silent Hill, and they took a lot of influence from, you know, horror movies and things like that. And in, like, old campy horror movies, sometimes you get bloopers at the end. And I think they were kind of replicating that effect, that cinematic effect of like the curtain call, exactly. The bloopers at the end and everybody from the cast kind of taking their moment. But the animations themselves for those bloopers were also animation tests. Obviously, it's very expensive and time-consuming to render out all of that CG, especially because it was only one person doing it all. Takayoshi Sato did all of the CG, all the pre-rendered stuff in Silent Hill entirely by himself. He literally had to live at the Konami offices because he could only render all of the stuff that he needed and still be on schedule to put it in the game by using all of the computers in Team Silent's offices at Konami. So he basically had to stay after everybody else left to go home for the day so that he could use everyone's computers to render out all of the CG, and he animated it all by himself. That's why Takayoshi Sato got a much bigger role in production when it came to Silent Hill 2. Because he put in a shit ton of work for Silent Hill 1. So yeah, a lot of those bloopers are animation tests that Sato had put together. Why did you decide on this ending? Because for a story and lore playthrough, this covers the most things. You get the good plus ending by doing the Kaufman side quest and saving Sybil. You get the most dialogue for reading all of those notes and optional things along the way. So for a story playthrough focused on Silent Hill 1, you get the most. If you're very thorough, you do everything. And if you do everything, you get good plus, basically. Isn't there something with the final boss dying if you have no ammo? Yes, that is correct. If you go into the final boss fight of Silent Hill 1 and you do not have ammo, or you run out of ammo during the fight, as long as you're able to survive for a certain amount of time that varies depending on what difficulty setting you're on, the boss will eventually just die. It'll just die on its own. Since there's no way to hit it with any kind of melee attack, they put that in as like a way to prevent soft locking on the final boss if you run out of ammo. But that is it. That is Silent Hill 1.